It is bonkers that this Lego scandal keeps snowballing into this avalanche of degeneracy, discovering new unhinged lows that previously went undiscovered in the meta. They're finding new tech here, bricks and minifigs that is, for just bafflingly awful decisions here. Now they have fully opened Pandora's box. They have unleashed the plagues out there, just misery. It's pandemonium. It's crazy because it's like Bricks and Minifigs is a Voltorb whose only move is self-destruct, and they are spamming that bitch. They are just finding every possible angle to ruin their reputation. If corporate ass fuckage was a sport, Bricks and Minifigs would be Michael Jordan.
Episode 3 is finally finished after crazy all-nighters and basically destroying my health. But I can't post it or I will go to jail. And not only that, I will also immediately lose my lawsuit of $300,000, and the GoFundMe we made for Brian will go straight to this mystery company that I am no longer allowed to talk about.
All of us are still trying to piece together the puzzle here and figure out who this mystery company could be. It's like a Smash Brothers character you haven't unlocked yet. We just can't quite make it out yet, but I do have a hunch, though I'm, of course, not 100% sure who the culprit might be. We'll have to get Scooby-Doo on this case. So now they have ball-gagged Reckless Ben here. He was giving a status update on the whereabouts of episode 3, that it was completed, ready to rock and roll, but he is now unable to share that because it would put him at risk of going to jail and instantly losing his lawsuit, and also all of the money raised through the GoFundMe for Brian and his family would be forfeit. So he can't release part 3 of the investigation on this massive Lego scandal because of this legal hoopla he finds himself wrapped up in. Now, right away, I want to talk about something because I've seen a lot of people mentioning that the methods that been used here were really counterproductive and may have actually been harmful in the grand scheme of things in this case. And while I do understand that criticism, like, yeah, it seems like some of the things he was doing may be purely for content, like that was the impetus behind a couple of the decisions, what's inarguable is that what has happened as a result of this is a net positive for the actual victims of Bricks and Minifigs here, which is Brian and his family. The money raised through the GoFundMe is life-changing, and it is no doubt a good thing. And showcasing the way Bricks and Minifigs corporate, as well as how those individual franchisees conducted themselves, is also an extremely important thing as a PSA to the LEGO community with who they might be doing business with. So I think no matter how you spin it, no matter how you look at this and peel back the layers of the onion, I think even if you didn't agree with all the things Ben did, which I do understand in a few instances, I think all of it did lead to something very important, which was trying to help someone that had been wronged by a corporation that refused to try and make things right without this public spectacle unfolding here. And also, unironically, Ben has made a sacrifice to, like, his personal freedom. He's went to jail twice for this and is now wrapped up in some very serious litigation. And all of that under the attempts to try and make things right for Brian. And like I said, again, even if you don't agree with all the ways he went about it, nothing would have been changing without Ben doing those things. Brian still wouldn't have been getting what he was owed, or Bricks and Minifigs and the franchisee would have still been just giving him the cold shoulder, treating him like dirt. So I think it has been a positive thing that Ben has gone to bat for. And now I think this latest decision is one that can be unanimously booed. To now silence the guy who has been talking about this and diving into it, I think is always just a completely inexcusable look. And here's the thing, even if Bricks and Minifigs does end up winning against Ben, this kind of decision here is just such an underhanded, shitty tactic, already on the back of them trying to take down his Patreon, his main source of income, that it is inexcusable and, in my opinion, pretty unforgivable. That is an irreparable blow to their reputation. Even if they do win, no one will be able to look at this company the same way again, and probably won't feel comfortable doing business with this corporation. That's what I think. And again, his investigation has spread beyond just Bricks and Minifigs, like it showed some very questionable, very, very shady shit from the American Fork Police Department, obviously. But it doesn't seem like the American Fork Police Department is the one that is now attempting to censor Ben here, under threat of throwing his life away if he continues to talk about them and show his investigation. That is Bricks and Minifigs, the mystery company, whom I believe to be Bricks and Minifigs based on what I think is pretty obvious evidence.
They sent court papers to my email, which I guess a judge approved for them that this was a valid form of service. And so now that I'm officially served, I cannot even mention this company or I will be in jail and everything. Normally I would be like, screw the big guy telling me what to do. I'm going to do what's morally right. But in this situation, if I do that, then all my friends get screwed with this lawsuit and we lose all the GoFundMe money we raised, like, immediately.
Completely understandable. I don't think there's a soul on this planet that blames him for that. There's really no other option than to comply with the demands of this lawsuit here, because if he doesn't, then everyone's getting face fucked. Not just Ben, anyone that was even attached to a single tendril to this case here, including the main victims here, Brian, they would then lose everything that was built up across this with the GoFundMe. So it makes sense why he is unfortunately having to make this decision to not continue talking about it and putting forth the evidence in part 3. I am very curious why they were able to serve him those papers through email as opposed to when Ben was apparently instructed that the only viable means was through amicable, like, service, trying to serve the papers himself. But I guess maybe there's a chance where a judge looked at this and said, like, oh, so Ben tried to serve them, they weren't receptive, so it's very likely that he wouldn't be receptive to Bricks and Minifigs trying to serve to Ben. So we'll grant you the motion to issue the service through email. But even in that case, I feel like that would have been easy for them to extend that same courtesy to Ben to serve through email, but I don't think they ever did based on everything that was shown in the previous videos. So that was a little confusing to me. And it's hard not to immediately think back on everything that was shown via the police body cam and what was said on those body cams and what we saw in some really, really, really questionable behavior from these officers. It's hard not to immediately think of maybe something a little deeper and perhaps a little bit corrupt. But that's where my head goes here, because there are some very questionable things that have unfolded on camera in regards to how all of this has been handled in that space there. But that's all just allegedly. I'm not saying it 100% is the result of corruption, why this was deemed a viable means of service. I'm just very surprised, is all, that Ben wasn't able to utilize email for serving the papers to the franchisees.
So I am no longer allowed to even mention this mystery company. My personal opinion is that this is unfair because this order was put on me because this company was telling the court that I was making bomb threats. I was planning on murdering the manager and employees, which obviously I didn't do, and you can see that in the footage. The only problem is I was not given a chance to share my side. The court just heard their perspective, not mine. So because I wasn't able to share my side, I am now no longer allowed to talk about them, and it looks like this might be it. So, yeah.
It's so fucking diabolical how they make these allegations that Ben was threatening them with bombs and violence and stuff like that. I'm going to go over there and kick their butts. I'm going to go in there and motorboat their cheeks and punch them up real bad and stuff. I'm going to beat them up. They're saying all these things, which then enables them to move this forward to gag him without ever even seeing Ben's side of it, apparently, according to Ben here. That doesn't make sense to me at all, how that happens. I don't know if that's standard procedure or what, but I know in the case of, like, stalkers, like streamers who have had stalkers, they will give the most unhinged DMs, like actual hard proof DMs, messages, actual threats, even stalkers showing up to their house. They will provide that and still authorities never really moved to do anything to the stalkers. So why are they moving so hard against Ben? Like, again, you can question some of his methods, and yeah, some of it could teeter on, like, ballpark definitions of, like, stalking in regards to them trying to, like, serve them and stuff. But what's irrefutable is how lightly stalkers get taken so often with, like, actual dangerous psychopaths who are a threat to individuals' safety. They just get to walk away scot-free, willy-nilly, not taken seriously. But in this case, when it's a corporation that's alleging it, now all of a sudden the hammer's coming down. Here comes the giant fist. That's just fucked up. And they apparently didn't even hear out Ben's side, which apparently has supporting video evidence as well to the contrary, proving that he wasn't making those threats or saying those things or doing any of what was alleged. It's weird. It's weird. And the freaks at Bricks and Minifigs just don't seem to recognize that even if Ben can't talk about it, you know what's going to happen? Everyone else is going to talk about it. They truly just don't understand the Streisand effect at all. Genuinely at all. They've never even heard the term, I guess. That nomenclature, nothing. It's a fantasy to them. Like, it could have been so easily avoidable, all of this, if Bricks and Minifigs wasn't such assholes based on all available evidence here. And the CEO is addicted, like I said, to this humiliation ritual of putting his face on all of it. Going on streams, beclowning himself. Like, constantly talking about it himself. So you're hearing it right from the top of the food chain. And it only keeps making it worse. And it makes people keep talking about it. So then, censoring Ben isn't going to just stop the story. It's only going to make it spread even more as more and more people talk about it now that Ben can't. And I cannot believe that they can't recognize that fact. It's fucking unfathomable that people run a company that handles this much money that Bricks and Minifigs does, millions upon millions of dollars, and can't understand the simplest concepts about the world and life. It's so weird to me. It's so weird. But anyway, very unfortunate new development here in this Lego scandal. Had to yap about it. That's really about it. See ya.
Okay, I'm going.
This is Burger King?
McDonald's.
McDonald's.
The Grinch, we'll have Burger King later. That's in the next video.
Okay, this is the McDonald's Grinch meal.
Which, if you look at the box, it says, "This was my idea, Grinch." So he came up with this, and it says,
That's
"Festive, ew, Merry Grinchmas."
The McShaker fries, all for me. It's empty.
Did you ever do McShaker fries?
I don't know what that is.
I think actually you saying that shows no.
Yeah, what is
Let
it?
me teach you. Get your fries out.
Also, our driver stole all of our fries.
Yeah, I got extra ones. So, screw
Take your
you,
bag.
Ma.
Okay.
You're gonna open the bag. You're gonna dump your fries in. I think they still do these in Japan, if I'm not mistaken. But they stopped here years ago. Now pull out your dill pickle seasoning.
My dill pickle seasoning, huh?
Are you a pickle fan usually? Like
I
on
like
stuff?
pickles, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
No,
You're
pickles
gonna-
are good.
You're gonna open your
wow.
seasoning,
Mhm.
and you're gonna dump it in the bag.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure to get it all out.
That's very, very pickly.
Mhm.
They did a good job on that. And then I'm guessing this.
You're gonna, yeah. You do that, and then you mix shake them. Is this good for the audio?
Yeah. Here, I'll take the camera too.
Pour, sprinkle, roll, shake, yeah.
Oh.
I forgot the roll.
I did that part? Yeah, I almost told you. They always said you roll it so the seasoning doesn't come out.
Very cool.
I can't believe you've never had
I've never
shaker
even
fries.
heard of shaker fries.
I don't remember the seasonings they used to have.
Wow, that didn't spread very evenly.
No, yours did
That's
not.
'cause
Look
you
at
didn't
mine.
roll
Look
it.
how beautiful it is.
Ah, well, a lot of good pickle coming
You
in,
want
I
me to
guess.
shake it for you?
No, I'm fine. I made my bed. I'll lie in it. Wow. Can you see that?
Yeah, you got a lot on that,
Alright,
buddy.
maybe I will. I'm gonna mix shake that shit again. Right here. That's just an instant kidney
Oh, wow.
stone.
I'll try the pickle. Wow.
Oh wow. I'm saying wow for different reasons. My reason is these are good.
That is actually pretty good.
Anyone. Oh yeah, those aren't
Chelsea,
bad.
come have a pickle fry.
expect that to actually be that good.
Yeah.
They did well. They did really well.
Oh, delightful.
Oh, I thought you hated it.
No, that's good.
You
It's a
hate
little
it?
shocking if you're not ready for it, but it actually does taste good.
It's like there's something else there.
I should stop.
That's very good. Wow, thank you, Grinch.
You did a great job. What do you do to my nuggets?
They're just so that's the meal. It's like the shaker fries.
Are there 10
you
nuggets
get
in there?
a toy, I think. Something.
Is that the toy?
That's the toy. You okay if I open the toy?
Yeah.
I really.
Well,
like-
you should have one too.
Yeah.
Are they different?
I don't know.
Are there multiple?
They're multiple.
Do
I-
you
I
also have
guarantee it.
nuggets?
Yeah. No, I have a Big Mac.
There's a big.
Oh,
The meal
that's
comes Big Mac or chicken nuggets.
And there's nothing special about those?
Other than the shaker fries and the toy, I guess.
Well, to answer the Grinch where he says this was my idea, it was a shit idea.
I got
Unless it-
socks.
I got socks too. They're
Whoa.
the same fucking socks.
Same socks.
I think that's a pretty good, like,
is a
as an
good toy.
adult, I
That's a
think
good
that's
toy.
pretty good. I don't know if a kid would like socks, but I would
can't
like
read
socks.
it because it's on the bottom.
I think
Nose hazard. That's I can read, right? That says nose hazard.
Yeah.
you got sticky feet. Man.
Yeah, because you're
I was
smelly.
thinking like somebody would kick me in the face. All right.
Yes, that's what the Grinch is known
All
to
right,
do.
Danny loves socks.
I'll wear those.
All right, and then
Yeah, put those over here.
we got the Big Mac.
Big Mac. Yep,
Big
that's a
Mac.
normal Big Mac.
You don't know that. They gave me sweet and sour sauce, just like the Grinch.
They gave me Big Mac.
Just like the Grinch. Whew.
Am I dumb, or does that patty look a little different?
I don't know.
He just grinched on
No, it
it a
looks like
little
there's
bit.
like egg on it, right? Is it that layer right there? It doesn't look like a little egg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like lettuce.
No, maybe it is just. Yeah, maybe it is.
I don't know if it's any different.
Is it eggy?
No, it's just a Big Mac.
Is it good?
I mean, it's a Big Mac.
Yeah, I'll try it.
Fine. Fine.
You want a Grinch nugget?
Yeah, I'll take a Grinch nugget. Yep, that's a nugget.
That's a Big Mac. I can't believe it's exactly what Chelsea told us it was.
Yeah.
You got any more Grinch salt to put on the nuggets?
Oh, good idea.
There's none.
Wait, let me have a plain one before you grinch it up.
Here, I'll take one too. I don't need sauce.
It's like a Skyrim.
What version of the Grinch is y'all's favorite?
What are my options?
Do you want to
The
know?
original or the Jim Carrey one?
You
The elimination one.
Yeah, the animated.
Oh, I forgot there was a new one.
Definitely the Jim Carrey one.
Yeah, I've only ever seen the Jim Carrey one.
Jim Carrey was made to play the Grinch.
Yeah, have you seen the original animated?
I know.
Oh, wow.
I've only seen the Jim Carrey one. I've seen. I read it in the book though.
Yeah.
Mm.
I've never watched any of the animated
Show
ones.
it to us in school.
The Grinch
If you see this guy,
definitely.
You have to kill him.
There was a really shitty horror Christmas movie that I watched recently where they like the Grinch is the main bad guy. It is probably the worst writing I've ever watched, and it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful.
That's fun. That's always fun.
You would probably really like it, Carly.
I think the
I know I
Grinch
would.
was, and this probably isn't a hot take, extremely justified to be the way he was. They were horrible to him.
I don't remember. What did they do to him?
He just was made fun of and bullied everywhere for being green.
Yeah.
It was just racism.
Yeah, but they got over it, alright?
Yeah,
So what was it?
fair.
So he stole Christmas and then they forgave him? I don't remember the story.
He stole Christmas.
No, he stole Christmas and then he realized his wrongdoings and became
Brought
nice.
Christmas back.
Cindy Lou
Yeah.
Who made his heart
Cindy
beat
Lou.
to normal
Yeah.
size.
The
And then-
one non-racist who treated him like a human being.
Yeah, but
No, go ahead.
essentially, beginning, the umbrellas carrying the babies accidentally blew him into the wrong town. So he was supposed to go to the Grinch land. He ended up in Whoville. Nice nice family
You hate
accepts
to see
him.
that.
Treats him really well. It is.
Yeah, that's the lore.
Nice family accepts him, treats him well, and then as a kid, The mayor fucking shits on him. The kids in his class shit on him. He tries shaving his face. He gets little scabs. They make fun of him. It was just mean, so he hides up in the mountains away from everybody.
The lore is that he was meant to go to a place with other people that look like him.
Right, it's literally racism, the story.
Why was that?
I'm not kidding, it is. Like, it literally is.
The baby delivery system was flawed at the time. You didn't come out of a person. You came in on an umbrella egg thing.
Right.
How babies are born.
Yeah,
Right.
So big wind.
Battle Royale.
Yeah,
Legitimately, he was playing Fortnite.
He dropped in
a big gust
Pachinki.
push.
So why have we never seen Grinchland?
I'm sure they have they never shown Grinchland?
It's kind of like in Avatar when all the airbenders are dead.
Yeah.
That's why when
Untapped market right
it is when
Yeah.
he's fixing Christmas, he gets those arrows that start glowing.
Yeah.
Also, this Big Mac was pretty good.
Yeah, it's a Big Mac.
I would say,
I mean, you get a meal.
yeah, very underwhelming.
You get socks.
And you get socks. I appreciate the McShaker fries. That's cute. I
Those are
guess.
great. I think they should bring back shaker fries all the time.
I want another flavor though.
They could have done others.
Yeah, like garlic, parm type stuff like
I
that.
feel like we're not used to. You don't really see McDonald's doing a shit job. They normally put their best forward, like that Saweetie meal.
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't that literally just the sauce?
They actually just get. She was like, I like putting nuggets on my burger, so they'd give you nuggets and a burger, so you could put
But
nuggets on.
it did have sauce though, if I remember
Oh,
right.
that's right. The
The
Saweetie
Saweetie sauce.
and sour sauce or something like
Yeah,
that.
so something like that. Yeah. They had the BTS one too. That one was the most lazy.
What was that one?
That one was, I think.
It was literally.
Yeah, it was just chicken nuggets. I think they didn't even give you a special sauce. It was just chicken nuggets. No,
And
they
didn't
gave
do anything.
they gave you
different?
sweet and sour sauce as well. I think.
I think they were on
They
the.
No, they gave you the Saweetie and sour sauce again.
I think also the Jujutsu Kaisen one was really bad too. That one was just like. A
We
bad
instantly
sauce.
thought of 400 better ideas with that one. Like they didn't do one thing right with that one. This one, they just needed to do more. Like at least make green mayo on the burger or something.
Yeah, it's just very uninspired. No one cares anymore about these collabs from the corporate perspective. They fucked up. Good dill pickle sauce there, salt though.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up real quick because I'm pretty sure. Why is my microphone on my phone? Who's listening to me?
You got a
Huh.
wire on you?
He's trying to voice
No.
noise so he never forgets.
Do you think the Grinch, the Grinch saw return on this deal that they put together
No
with McDonald's?
shot. What do they even get out of this?
The Dr. Seuss estate.
What
Yeah.
if when you finish the shaker fries at the bottom of the bag, it says the Grinch will return, and they have like a really gritty remake of the Grinch coming out?
The Grinch Doomsday.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. They have roasted garlic butter shaker fries in Japan. That sounds much better. Ume nori, they're called shaka shaka fries. Red pepper, they have a lot of flavors there.
That's cool.
So
And they used to do it here.
they did. When did they stop?
It said the 90s when I looked at it.
I was gonna say I don't remember doing them.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know.
an old man. So I guess that one was underwhelming.
It was fine though. I liked it. That was a special experience.
Oh, why McDonald's is permanently replacing this from November 23rd. Replacing shaker fries with.
Normal fries.
Okay, this was a scam site that brought me to an AI thing. Whatever. It was fine.
Yeah, it was fine. I mean, it is what it is. It's,
Alright.
it's fucking fries and nuggets, or fries and a Big Mac.
With one of the disappointing turnouts from McDonald's, do you think Burger King SpongeBob collab beats it or falls flatter?
It can't fall flatter. This is
It can
two
be.
items.
It can be bad though.
It can be bad. Like it can
Right.
taste bad.
Yeah.
But I feel like as far as like what you get, it can't be less than this. Well,
If-
actually, I mean, you got socks. You got socks.
I did get socks.
You,
got
are
socks.
right. We're discounting that because they're not edible. We got
Yeah,
socks
that's true.
and shaker fries.
That's
And a,
true.
And a box.
And a box.
And a box.
That's true. I didn't think of
Which, remember, it's Burger King. They may not give us a bag or box. They may not do anything for it. It might just be called SpongeBob.
that. That's true. I just feel like there's no like it can't go lower. It's just my hunch.
Well, and as Burger King says, we can.
they do typically do that. Yeah.
Are we doing I know your answer based on the extent of what was in this. You want one video or two?
Let's see the Burger King meal.
All right,
'cause
so
All right.
just in case.
Yeah, let's just do an outro just in case.
Yeah. Before the outro, I'll do a little. Are you editing this? Here's a screen wipe for Charlie. All right, do an outro.
Burger King, McDonald's Grinch, fuck yeah. Love that guy.
It was fine.
That's the guy. Thanks for the collab, McDonald's. You did it again. You knocked it out of the park.
You're sounding more and more like Rick and Morty.
2 days no sleep. It's rough. It's
You
rough.
dip into Rick and Morty land.
Yeah. It's the Bikini Bottom Burger King blowout. We got the Burger King SpongeBob collab.
They made a box. We
got-
thought they wouldn't.
They got the pineapple box. They got the Flying Dutchman brew.
We got the bag also with the Flying Dutchman. This is concerning to me right off the bat. You didn't drink any of
No.
this. It just was like that.
It's a slushie. So
They
there's one that's a slushie
they
and
left
one
room
that's a
for
float.
Jesus.
Yeah, they left a lot of room for Jesus. I didn't know he was that big.
So this definitely melted then.
So there's
Yes.
some that's like the one that Matt has is just the slushie, and then the one that you have is the float version. So it's a slushie with ice cream.
Yeah, 'cause
it looks so good.
Oh, yours has cream.
Yes.
All right, should we drink these before they melt even more?
Yes, I would like that actually.
Here.
Ah, wonderful.
I'll mix it up so it's a slushy again. That actually
What
worked.
flavor do you think it is?
Green.
2 salads.
Green apple?
I think it's Diet Dr.
It's
Kelp.
yeah, it was
Oh.
kelp flavor.
Is that what it's supposed to be?
I would presume. One would presume.
Yeah, let me see what it says.
Frozen drink. It says frozen Fantapa.
Oh yeah, Fanta Tropical.
Oh, Fanta, I see.
It's very sweet.
Yes.
Here, would you like to try it sans ice cream?
Sure. I didn't taste the ice cream in mine yet, so
I guess I know what ice cream tastes like, and I know what that tastes like.
definitely tastes the same.
Yeah, it's
I'm getting the ice cream.
pineapple Fanta slush or the pineapple.
Oh, pineapple. That
Pineapple.
makes sense.
That
That's his
makes
home.
sense.
What did they call it?
The frozen Fanta pineapple,
Oh,
and then Pirates frozen pineapple float.
Oh.
I guess they.
So that one's not-
tried-
yours isn't as
tried-
special.
Yeah. So
You can try the ice cream on top there if you want. It's fine.
That's crazy how much Diet Dr. Kelp was such a layup.
Yeah,
I know.
That's what they would
that's
do.
what I was about to say. It's better with ice cream.
Yeah.
Shocking. Everything I know about this, you're going to with each item be like, why the fuck did they do that? Like,
I'm
why did
excited.
they not name the green drink Diet Dr. Kelp?
Yeah.
There were layups everywhere.
They could have given you a novelty drink hat and
Oh,
sip out of it, yeah.
Oh, he was number one. Man, we do this every time with Burger King. We just make it better immediately.
Just hire us as consultants.
Other restaurants that do meals like that where they have a different drink, like it's not, it is like Dr. Kelp or whatever.
I don't know.
How much do
I
you
wonder if
think
there's some weird law around that.
That's a good question.
I wonder how much is like Viacom being like, no, you can't actually use that.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, that's ours. We don't want you to
Yeah,
have
we
it.
don't want you.
That'd be weird though to just give them nothing.
I would love to. I would love.
Because why do it at that
Yeah.
point?
All right, what is this?
These
That is Patrick
just-
Starberry shortcake. That's a weird word.
these are cinnamon
Oh,
rolls.
never mind.
Oh,
I think they messed up.
they're Gary shells.
There-
Ah.
It's just it's part of the
Oh.
the Krusty Krab craving bundle.
Do you want to save the dessert? I didn't mean to go straight. All right, that's fine. I don't know what else is in here. There's 2 bags. Oh, all right. What is
So one of them,
what is this?
that I believe is one of Mr. Krabs' cheesy bacon tots.
This is so silly.
You don't remember the episode where Mr. Krabs loved cheesy bacon tots, and he talks about it all the time?
No, SpongeBob, you're gonna have to cook up something new.
Arr.
Cheesy tater tots.
I can see a
First
correlation
cheesy tots.
between crabs and bacon, like money, making the bacon. Isn't that a thing? Something like that.
Bring home the bacon.
That's it though. That's like
It's
the
a
only
stretch,
line
but
I
I see.
can look
Why
at
did they
there.
put crab legs in there?
Oh, crab
Crab legs?
Such a layup.
This is a banger
It
item
is.
though.
It is really good.
It is a good item.
Wait. There's. Oh, that goes.
I think there's
Bacon-
another
bacon-
one
bacon
in there
pop.
too.
There were 2. But one was simply an empty bag because Burger King has done it again.
No, that's the one. This is the other one. That just spilled in there.
Wait, so what are those?
It's also 4-piece jalapeno cheddar bites.
That's
Oh.
That's just part of the Mr. Krabs bundle.
That's good.
That's a bacon tot.
Let me get a bigger one if there's more left.
There's one left.
One in the box.
Nope, that's a jalapeno popper.
That's
You
all
want
right.
that?
I'll live.
That's
Yeah.
good.
I'll have a jalapeno popper.
Those two items, immediately much better than everything McDonald's did.
Some of the best that Burger King's ever done, to be honest.
That was extraordinary.
jalapeno popper.
Oh, that's
We've said this before. Anytime Burger King makes something in a fry or bigger shape, it's good.
Yeah, they fucking crushed this. I like that a lot.
Do you think they know they're bad at burgers and they just keep making them because it's in their name?
I feel like at
Like,
some point.
it would just be king.
Yeah, we're this far. It's the sunk cost fallacy.
Man, those were good.
I'm
Fucking-
sad that you didn't get a bacon cheese.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'll go get one myself
Well, I
later.
have a half-eaten one in there, but my
Would you
hands
like
were
to
dirty.
try?
No, that's all right. I'll be fine.
Still horrible tie-in to the show.
It doesn't
really
match-
good.
Doesn't match the theme, but great food items for sure.
Like, I would actually say they should have just made those and not put.
I
them
have
in
a
the
question.
SpongeBob. Yeah.
Have any of you watched current SpongeBob?
No.
Maybe Mr. Krabs took a weird bacon cheese twist
Maybe
that we
he
don't know
loves
about.
bacon cheese.
I started watching the most recent Sandy Cheeks movie,
I did not know.
and
that
I
was a
didn't
thing.
see Mr. Krabs mention anything about cheese nor bacon, but that movie did suck major ass.
What was the spoilers coming? What was the through plot like?
The premise.
I
yeah.
don't remember, but I recall it was half animation, half live action. It
Like
was,
where they put them on popsicle sticks and walk them above
nope,
the water.
it was like
Oh.
3D animation meets like Disney like That's So Raven type sitcom thing.
Oh.
I didn't
sounds
finish it.
weird.
Who played Sandy?
Well,
Are you saying
no,
like an actress?
no,
Oh,
like the
it was
like
still like more realism animation.
yeah, they had the same 3D animation that SpongeBob has become known for now, which is
Yep.
awful looking.
Terrible.
And then they had like a live action cast that was like the bad guys.
Oh, I see.
Kinda, yeah.
Huh.
But really, it was
Huh.
terrible. I didn't finish
That
it.
sounds atrocious.
And not a single mention of bacon and cheese bites.
Not in the first 30 minutes.
What about Cine Minis?
I didn't hear anything about Cine Minis in that movie.
That's a weird consistency.
Yeah, I like that consistency of glaze.
What's that remind you of?
It reminds me of the sea, me boy. This is. What are these? Just cinnamon rolls?
Mm-hmm.
No,
It's a cinnamon roll.
not a cinnamon roll.
What's the name of those?
Mini
Cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, they're just called city minis.
There's no tie-in to SpongeBob.
No, it's just part of the Krusty Krab
That's
Crazy
fine.
bundle.
That's
No,
fine.
that's all right.
Sometimes you just need to put a dessert in there.
We've had city minis for.
But I thought maybe they'd be like, ah.
Oh, look at you, big shot. Oh, wow. Enjoying all that air and clean water. Oh, makes me sick. You're an entitled freak. And I can't wait. I'm salivating for the day the data centers move into your community. And make no mistake, they will. The days of clean water and good air and reasonable pricing on energy in your local communities, I hope you're ready to wipe your ass with it, because the data centers, they are a-comin'. We are experiencing a boom unlike anything else. They're putting data centers everywhere in this country. They'll probably start installing data centers in your fucking dreams to make use of that too. Every little piece of land is going to be ravaged, destroyed, raped for data centers, so that way they can continue to farm off the AI bubble. Now, data centers aren't used exclusively for AI, as you know, but that is the impetus, that is the catalyst for this major boom we're seeing in data center installments, and there is nothing good. You do not benefit from a data center. You can look at all of the available information from the data centers that are already up and running. The local communities do not see any kind of benefits at all, despite all of the hoopla that they try and feed you and all the shit they try and shove down your throat. You eventually choke on it when the truth is revealed that it doesn't bring jobs to the community. In fact, one of the biggest data centers in the country only employs roughly 150 full-time employees. Let that sink in. Put that in your fucking pipe and smoke it. And the construction of it does bring a temporary boon of some temporary jobs, but that's behind you pretty soon, because once they're up and operational, most of these data centers are running so lean, some of them only have 25 full-time employees. There is nothing good about it. The actual community that falls victim to this plague that they come through and infest with their data centers doesn't see any of the upside. They only absorb all of the downside. The upside goes to the extraordinarily wealthy corporations that brute force these projects through. There is no benefits to the communities, and that's based on available data from everything I've seen. Like the most recent information on data centers and their effects on the communities that they impact, like directly. I haven't seen anything that's flourishing as a result of it in that community. The upside only goes out to everywhere else in like the corporations that utilize it. Now for the pathetic slimy cucks that love to slurp for multi-billion-dollar corporations, this is a great thing. This is great news. They're pumping their fists celebrating, yeah, keep installing data centers, more surveillance, we need more AI, this is all really good stuff, woohoo, yeehaw, I hope your profits are through the roof, yeah, good news. Even though there's no benefit to you, the average person, and certainly not to the communities that these data centers get built in. Fucking poison your community and ruin your bills by making you pay significantly more for your energy, your air quality, your water quality, tanks. It's just terrible. It's actually awful. And the reason why I'm yapping about it now, as opposed to just the numerous times I've yapped about it on stream, is because the Kevin O'Leary-backed Utah data center that also is being called Stratos, Project Stratos, is a 40,000 acre data center unlike anything I've ever even imagined. I can't fathom that, and you can't either. You can try convincing yourself. You know what 40,000 acres looks like. You don't. A 40,000 acre data center. That's like the fucking spaceship from Independence Day swooping in over top of us. Yeah, the data center that everyone's talking about is the Kevin O'Leary one. 40,000 acres. Here. It will generate as much heat as, I think it was 23 atomic bombs detonating daily. The community did everything they could to voice how much they don't want it, but then they decided, fuck that, we're doing it anyway. So the fossils in power over there were like, yeah, it's alright. We'll unanimously vote it through. 40,000 acres, by the way, is whatever you're picturing, triple it. I feel like most people here can't even fathom what 40,000 acres actually looks like. It is an unbelievable scale. NBC did a great video covering it, did they? There, let me check it out. I saw a couple clips from it. They were, like, people were screaming, like, no, 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 none of us want this, no, no, no. And then one of the guys like, for hell's sake, calm down. Which I thought was very telling. Actual demons. And then they ended up going to another room to avoid all of the riffraff so they could unanimously pass it in peace and quiet.
Concern and outrage in Utah. Concern and outrage in Utah.
For hell's sake, grow up.
There it is, yeah, for hell's sake, grow up. What an interesting expression there, brother. Usually it's for heaven's sake, but this must be one of hell's finest warriors.
Where hundreds of protesters this week flooded this meeting of Box Elder County Commissioners.
Can you be quiet and let our citizens hear what needs to be said, please?
As they voted to move forward with a controversial data center proposal backed by celebrity Canadian businessmen
Fucking worm, man. He's such a worm. Oh my god, and the way he keeps defending it too. Ugh, it's so delusional. He's like, oh, no one's actually against it. They're just being bussed in.
In this video posted on social media after the vote.
I'm pretty aware of what these concerns are. They are around air, water use, heat. Sustainability is at the heart of what we do in terms of all these proposals. We're not just Utah.
The Stratos project is a plan to build a boosted by government tax incentives, and according to a county fact sheet, is eventually expected to generate and consume up to 9 gigawatts of power once completed. A number MIDA, the state entity backing the project, says is more than double Utah's average energy consumption.
Perfect. That's very true. I was actually just reading something about one of the larger data centers in in the country. I believe it's a Meta data center. It had temp jobs, obviously, for the construction, which they always tout like, oh, it's so many new jobs to the local economy, so many new jobs for the community. It's great, that kind of thing. And then they checked in on that Meta data, I'm pretty sure it was Meta, data center like a year later. I think they had 150 actual employees for a massive data center. And then some of the other ones that are on the smaller side had 25. So they don't actually employ a significant working force. It's a complete scam. It is completely a scam.
Pushback in Utah.
We think over 90% of the protesters are actually not people that live in Utah or Box Elder County. They're being bussed in.
By who? Who would bust them in? We have to fight this data center. Who? All of the rich people that would even be able to afford to do that are all gung-ho on these data centers, Kevin. It is solely for fucking goober demons like you to profit off of. So who the fuck would even be bussing them in? All of them are constantly lobbying for data centers. All of the rich people that would be able to afford 90% of these protesters being bussed across the country. So they wouldn't do that. I'm still tweaking over Kevin's delusional bussing theory. No one's actually against that. They're all just being maliciously bussed in to make it appear like this isn't popular. The reality is the only person being bussed in is Kevin's Canadian bitch ass. He's not from here. And this is something that's not exclusive to just Utah. Average, ordinary, working people don't want data centers in their community because it's bad for them. Everything goes up. Their cost of living goes up because of everything that has to get diverted to this data center. It is a bad fucking deal for the local communities that just get ravaged by it. No one here in Utah wants it. The actual communities these data centers are built in do not want these things. They make it clear. Like, it's not like people are quiet about it. When data centers move in, they are constantly pushing back and fighting. But since all of these politicians are in the pockets of the people that are building it, they just force it through anyway. Clean water is overrated. True! Give me the AI runoff sludge. That way I can drink it happily knowing that it was used to generate a picture of me in a bikini on Twitter. Have you ever wanted to be sued? Perhaps. Have you ever wanted to be sued by multiple entities at the same time, filling every orifice with a lawsuit? I would imagine no. That's an awfully hot copied spot. We're talking about Pikmin copying the homework of multiple big titles to like an almost comical degree. Like, this would be something that I feel like would be almost satirical from like a game development student in college making this as like a, I don't know, a project piece for class. Never actually anticipating selling it or anything because they know that they would get fucking biblically smacked down by the companies that they are heavily borrowing from. And borrowing is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. That is loosey-goosey because it is almost one-to-one carbon copy a clone. That's right, I'm talking about Pikmin. Pikmin is a game that came out of nowhere with a trailer that kind of got a lot of eyebrows raised because it is strikingly similar to Pal World, Pokemon, Zelda, and even a sprinkle, a hint of Overwatch. So Pikmin is being developed by a studio named Pocket Pair, who has a remarkable track record of their first game. Now, the name Pocket Pair might have, made you feel like you'd heard it before, and it's because you're probably getting it confused with the developer of Pal World. Their name is Pocket Game. It seems Pocket Pair was very inspired not only by Pal World itself, but even the studio's name. They wanted to take inspiration from almost one-to-one. Not only studio name, they also really liked the description that Pal World uses on their Steam page because they lifted that bitch almost one-to-one as well. Dive into a vast, uncharted continent filled with ancient civilizations and mysterious creatures called Pikmin. In this multiplayer open-world survival crafter, you'll team up with your Pikmin to fight, farm, and build industrial empires while thwarting a shadowy organization's plot. Now let's take a peek at what Pal World describes its game as. Fight, farm, build, and work alongside mysterious creatures called pals in this completely new multiplayer open-world survival and crafting game. That's pretty close. To me, it sounds like Pikmin, the developers, said, "Hey Grok, can you take this description and add a few more words to it, maybe a little buzzwords about fight, farm, and fuck your way to the top or something with our Pikmin? It's pretty close. The DNA is still very much intact. Now, Pikmin is being published by a company called Network Go, whose name to me already feels fishy. That sounds like the name of the Wi-Fi at my local coffee shop. Like, everything about Pikmin is just so peculiar, and it's apparently a very real game that they're looking to release. And when you watch this trailer, we watched it on stream, when you look at this, you will immediately see that this isn't some kind of Pal World situation where it's very clearly existing in a very similar genre with similar designs to Pokemon, but completely changing the formula to something unique for its own identity. It is actually taking one-to-one elements from these games and then just fucking fisting it into this trailer here haphazardly. It is actually like borderline plagiarizing these properties. It's pretty ridiculous. Have you seen the game Pikmin that's copying Pokemon, Pal World, Breath of the Wild, and somehow Overwatch? I haven't watched the trailer, but I heard about it from a buddy of mine. Let me check it out. Am I on 2x speed? No. That just seemed like it was fucking schmoovin'. Pikmin! I feel like Nintendo's gonna send me a cease and desist just watching this trailer. That's pretty shameless. That is pretty shameless character design there. Who's making this? What studio's making this? Pocket Game. Let's see. They don't even have a website. This is literally just a random Steam dev. This is all they have. A studio with no fear, that's who. True! That's actually just Lucario, isn't it? Am I on the crack pipe? It's just Lucario wearing some work gloves. No, that's clearly not Pikachu. That didn't look like Pikachu at all. He had like a mullet. Wow. Yeah, they really stole directly from Pal World and Pokemon. Huh. That is shameless. And that's just Roadhog. That is just source filmmaker Roadhog. Wow. Wow. I guess the strategy is get sued for marketing, maybe? Is the idea? Oh, didn't mean to click that. There's apparently an after credits scene here. It's probably gonna be Luigi or something. Steal from literally everything. Bro, that's literally Pikachu. I mean, yeah, they did just direct rip many things. pretty interesting. It feels like a stupid idea. Because, like, Pal World, while it's clearly Pokemon inspired, it's totally different, night and day, to a Pokemon game. This is literally using Pokemon models and direct ripping Pal World game. Like, there's no argument. I still can't get over just how egregious it is. They didn't even bother trying to hide it at all. They literally have Roadhog. They have Roadhog. I wouldn't be surprised if they just took the assets from these games and just said, alright, now they're in Pikmon. Now it's not Roadhog, it's Pickhog. Or it'd be Hogmon or something. It's out of control. And the Pikachu, that one, that is a giggle-worthy moment because it is actually Pikachu, but then they just put on like a faux hawk or something and said, no, that can't be Pikachu. Pikachu doesn't have a faux hawk, don't be ridiculous. That's clearly something very different. It's a Pikmon, not a Pokemon. I am so interested to see how this unfolds because it is taking a lot from quite a few huge games without even really attempting to pretend that it's unique to Pikmon. I have to imagine that there will be like cease and desist letters hitting their doorstep pretty quickly. I would wager a guess based on the trailer here. Now maybe this is all placeholder stuff and they plan on overhauling the designs by launch. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what the strategy is. It is mind-boggling. I had to yap about it a little bit. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
So there's like a straight draw here for any of the people. I don't know if we had like 8 and like Jack 8 for example would be good here. Or what's the nut? There's no nut here. Jack 8 is the nuts. In fact, if you guys don't know what that means, the nuts means the best possible hand, right? Jack 8 here is the nuts. Okay, let's deal the burn and then turn. Okay, so the flush comes in. So now we open up, just an 8 is a straight, but also like if we had ace of diamonds and then any diamond, that would be the nut flush, but also like an 8, 5, 8 of diamonds or 8, 10 of diamonds is a straight flush.
Super solid.
Burn and deal the river. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, 5 of diamonds already there. Okay, sick. So the nuts at this point is literally just the 8 of diamonds. Or second nuts would be like ace of diamonds and then anything, right?
Right.
Let's see what we have. Remember, you chose exactly these cards, right? Look at this one. Does this help us at all? Okay, this is a straight. Not bad.
That's pretty good, Matt.
Not bad. But if you dealt us, if you chose pocket 8s with the 8 of diamonds, that is the single best hand that you could possibly have right here.
And I am known to be
turn this face up
like Chauncey Billups.
Oh my god.
Pocket 8s with the 8 of diamonds. Congratulations. I get to keep my 20,
You
but
do that, yeah.
I have an extra surprise
Jesus,
for you.
the extras are what get me.
Can you open that 20 up?
No, it's gonna tell me the date I die.
Well, say it.
We will win with a straight flush and diamonds.
You did everything. You shuffled, you cut, you dealt, you made all the choices. And that is how a magician cheats with friends.
That's absurd.
What the fuck? I've never felt more on edge than around you.
Oh, thanks. I like you too, man.
That's crazy. That was amazing.
Incredible.
These are just cards, by the way. You guys can check these out. I mean, you shuffled these, you cut, you did everything. And you can look at the burn cards as well. None of these are another 8 that would have given us a set, but no good, obviously.
Just. Huh. Oh, god damn.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. Yeah, so obviously when you're gambling, you don't want them to know that it wouldn't be like in a performance scenario like this. You wouldn't want them to know they're getting swindled. But facial expressions and psychology and body movements, reading that kind of thing are called tells in the gambling world. And you can kind of key into something that someone might be thinking, whether it be a play they're trying to make or even a card that they're thinking of. And yeah, so we can try something kind of like that if you want. So here, I can try to.
You need to do this one.
Yeah,
All right,
you do
this one's fucking crazy.
He did I think we did this one.
No,
right?
this was before you came.
Yeah. I think that was the one. I'll get rid of that, but we'll come back to that later.
You got rid of a card already?
Yeah, but we'll get to that later. What I'd like you to do, Matt, and also Charlie, I'd like you both to think of a card. Do you have one?
Yeah, I've got one.
You got one? You have one too?
I've got it locked.
Yep.
I'd like you to change your mind to a new card.
Okay.
Okay, can you both change? The reason I have you do that is maybe everybody thinks of the Ace of Spades or the Queen of Hearts or what have you, right?
Yeah.
But there's no way I could have known that you'd come here with a preconceived card.
Yeah,
Right?
hold on here.
This money's still here. I'll take that. Okay, you have one. I'd like you to say them out loud at the same time. So I'm gonna snap my fingers on 3, and then you both say them out loud.
Okay.
If they're the same card, I'm gonna walk away, and that's the trick. But if they're not, then we'll deal with that. Okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
5 of spades.
Six. It's 6.
This is crazy. You could have named any one, right? I didn't make you say that. Okay. Can you come over here? Can you cut some cards? Not too many, like a third. That's good. And then just turn those face up.
I hope he's in his head like that was a part of the trick. That's fucking crazy.
Well, the thing is that if you'd cut one more or one less, then it wouldn't have worked. Right. Look, these are all different. Which card did you think of?
6 of
You
spades.
thought of the 6. You thought of the 5, right?
Yeah.
This is interesting because if you had cut the cards and cut to the 5 of spades, look, any of these cards it would have been possible.
Yeah.
But look, you can't have cut to the 6 of spades.
I wonder why.
Because look, there is no 6 of spades.
I know.
Because before anything, remember, I put one card in my pocket, and look, that's the only. I'm showing my underwear. That's the only card in my pocket. I don't have any other card, and that is the 6 of spades.
Jesus. I truly don't understand what's happened.
Which one of these do you prefer, the 6 or the 5?
Oh, easily the 6, right?
Okay.
God damn it.
I can try this. So I'll try to find just like more gambling stuff. Because it'd be good to have like 4 of a kind. That's like a good thing. So I'll try to find not just the 6 of spades. I'll find the 6 of clubs, 6 of hearts, and you could have said the 5, but because you said the 6, I'll do it. And the 6 of diamonds. So all 4 6s with just one hand though. Look, I'll do them all with one hand. Like, all of the 6s, but actually with this hand. Look. Can you name me, Danny? Can you maybe name me a random card in the deck of cards? It could be anyone. Like I'll.
Hang on, give me a minute because I'm not letting you work your Jedi mind tricks on me.
True, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
You're gonna behind my back.
Name it out loud.
No line of sight.
There's no mental waves passing through me.
Okay, I got it.
Which one do you want? You could be anyone.
4 diamonds.
4 diamonds. That's random, right? I didn't make you say that.
Yeah, no, I don't believe. Well, you say that a lot, and I don't believe you when you say that because I feel like you made me pick that.
I'll try this. Okay, can you hold out your hand like this?
Yeah.
Watch. I'll use the. Which ones do you prefer? The red 6s or the black 6s?
Black 6s.
Black 6s. So that would be the 6 of clubs and the 6 of spades. Now, if I wanted to switch hands with someone, like in a game of poker, obviously they would know. But this is a demo, so. If I go like this, I could take the 2 black guys. Like you should have the reds. Turn them over. Yeah, but I can do better because you could have. You said 4 of. What did you say?
Diamonds.
Can you hold out your hand?
4 diamonds.
Put your other hand on top if you would. Just cover those up. 4 of diamonds. Okay. All right. It's actually pretty close to the top. I'll do this. Like, if I cut, it should centralize it. And get 1 card from the middle. I'll do better. If I squeeze it like this. It should look like it goes. It doesn't go far. Look, it's really gone. Can you lift up your hand? Just spread those out. In the middle, there's one.
How? It's on camera. I'm staring at him doing it. And we have been with them for 2 days. Like I'm staring.
I was gonna say, this guy knows infinite card trick. Like he has been doing this for almost 24 hours straight at this point.
I say this all the time. You've heard me say this already this week, but I've forgotten thousands more tricks than I know, and I know thousands of tricks. So it's like you could understand.
It's incredibly impressive.
So there's like
unbelievable.
Yeah.
There's like I appreciate you. Although I'm always working on new stuff, so.
Yeah, I think something really fun that you mentioned is most of the stuff you perform is stuff you've made. Like
a lot of it. I mean, for the most part, because nothing is like original anymore.
Right.
So like it's a variation of a variation of a variation. But I do invent the vast majority of the things that I do, or it's like me and a friend. Like I have a friend, Moritz Mueller. Shout out to Moritz, who we talk all the time and just like create card tricks. And he's in Germany, so we have to find like common time to do it. But I would like to deal you, like you said, like a hand of poker that I could rig basically. So is there like a lucky pocket pair that you have?
Pocket 7s, baby.
7s, okay.
Never failed me, never will.
All right, I'll try this. I just have to, and then if you were seating with the 4 of us, if you were seated, which hand, like which seat would you be in?
I'd be second seat.
Second seat.
Second seat.
Okay. Let me try. Yeah, one cut. I think it's done.
Okay.
Look. Danny, nothing. 7.
Oh.
Look. Nothing. These are nothing, by the way. Another 7. Black 7s, right? Look, Jack 10 hearts is pretty good. But let's deal it out. Let's see actually what happens.
Yeah, let's see who wins this.
I mean, Jack 10.
It's just all 7.
So far, King High is not good, right? But who knows? I'll burn one. We can. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Wait.
We got a showdown.
Wait. This is an open ender, right?
Yep.
Look. Hang on. Oh, quads. No beating that. But you know he's still in there because the flush draw, and of course the flush gets there, so you take all his money.
Holy shit.
And just to clarify, in case anybody didn't get that, I was the second seed.
No,
Charlie's second.
This is my.
Charlie had the king 6. He had top pair though. Top
this
pair's
wasn't
gonna
dealt to me. This was dealt to second seed.
Well, actually, the thing is, in this scenario, this would. I mean, I'm not gonna say I didn't plan this. In this scenario, look, top pair opens up with or you probably weren't gonna be in there with king 6, depending on what position you are. But if you saw this flop of 7 king queen 2 diamonds. You have top pair and the second nut flush draw, so you're probably staying.
He's throwing down cards to keep
then you're
people
just
in the game.
And then you're here, and you now have 2 pair, still with the second nut flush draw. You're still in there to any bet, and then obviously this guy stays in. He has a flush draw with an open ender here, so he's staying in. This guy's probably out, but yeah. I mean, you're gonna this guy's gonna stack both these guys for sure. I mean, by the river, if you made a massive bet here, this guy's folding, but you know he's in there with the literal third nut flush, second nut flush, because the king's on the board. So yeah, second nut flush. Wait, no, third nut. It's third.
Something that like
a lot of good tricks.
To deal the hands you want is so unbelievably broken in the household.
Well, I mean,
poker
you can
meta.
do stuff like there's a lot of like false things you can do, like retaining cards and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
You can even do like false deals where I'm not like dealing this card. You see, like that. I can even show you what it looks like face down. It's difficult to see,
Wait, you were just doing the same thing there?
Yeah, but did I...
Like you're pulling not top cards.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Using, like, cheating with playing cards. So, for example, like, using an ace of hearts, let's just say, as, like, the target card that we're talking about. Charlie's going to learn that in the next few days.
It's gross.
I could, like, retain this card. These are, like, different false deals, stuff like that. I could even do it face down. I can show you in, like, slow motion what that would look like. Right? Stuff like that. And you can, like, you can see that as these go by, like, the thumb really, like, lifts up, and it looks like I'm dealing the card. That's, like, false shuffles, false deals, and stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can do,
Just take one.
Yeah.
Be careful, Jesus.
All right, right.
Are you sure that's the one?
I'm gonna
Are you
take
sure
this
that's the
one.
one?
That's the one.
Can I look at it?
Yeah, please. That's the good one.
Oh, that's a big card.
Big card. Yeah, I'm really good at this.
I will try this here. You can just hide that over there for a moment.
Eat it.
Like not in my pocket.
Yeah, you just leave it out. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
Just sit.
Yeah, perfect. Okay,
I firmly believe that is no longer the card I just said.
can you take like a clump of these cards, like just like a bunch? You don't have to look at them. Just hold them in your hands, just like that. And then can you take some as well? Like, just reach out and grab like a clump. Beautiful.
Sorry. Let's not leave any wiggle.
How many
room
cards
here.
do you think this is more?
I used to love Xbox, man. What happened to the game I used to love? What it has become is just embarrassing. Every step of the way, they're finding new lows to hit. Today, Xbox has announced a Game Pass change, and it's a doozy. Try a 50% price increase to the Game Pass Ultimate tier. Yeah, and it is revolting. It's going about as well as me in a dunk competition. They have increased the price to $30 a month for the Ultimate tier, and the 2 previous tiers for Essential and Premium are just not worth it. The Ultimate tier is the only one that lets you get the games day one, and for a large number of people, that was one of the main draws of the service here. And even though the Xbox catalog has been like a fucking Magikarp over the last few years, just extremely weak, the value you got out of Game Pass at the previous price point made up for it. Like, it was worth it, and it's something that I glazed quite a bit. But now, at this price point, the fuck is the point in keeping it anymore? It's just not worth it, and a lot of people are now canceling their subscription to Game Pass in response to these price increases. It's just L after L for Xbox. Like, even just recently, they farted out a new price increase for the consoles. in a time period where Xboxes are like fucking fossils. Like, you can't give those bitches away sometimes. It's a console that doesn't have a whole lot of reasons to buy it unless your friends are already on it, but chances are your friends have already moved past it. Because being an Xbox fan in 2025 is like being a fidget spinner enthusiast. It's just not cool. It's lame. Like, it is so far past its prime now. And it brings me no joy saying that, by the way. As I have always proudly stated, Xbox and Xbox 360 have been my favorite gaming experiences. Those two consoles, I think, are the most important pieces of, like, gaming hardware ever made. But once the Xbox One came out, that's when it all went tits up, and it is not recovered. You hate to see what Xbox has become. And anytime I talk about Xbox or like criticize a lot of the decisions they've made over the years, somehow there is still like this last holdout of warriors willing to fight Xbox's PR battles for them, even though the general Phil Spencer himself constantly throws himself pity parties on every podcast that will have him about how they've lost the console wars. Like, he himself recognizes how far behind Xbox has fallen and how brutal it's been for them. And it just somehow keeps getting worse, even though they have this, like, come to Jesus moment of, man, we really put our own dick in our ass here. They don't do anything to course correct. Like, they did a good decision a little while back that I praised a lot, where they dropped exclusivity. I think that is the brightest path forward for the industry, where every title hits every platform, so consumers have their pick of playing it on their preferred platform. And Xbox was kind of pushing that, and I appreciated it. But for every one step forward they've taken 20 steps back, and today it has been a catastrophic disaster for them, because now they're fucking their golden goose. They even posted a delusional video celebrating these Game Pass changes as if it's something that the community was asking for. It's so out of touch and tone deaf. Just take a peek at this.
Hey everyone, Xbox Game Pass is getting an upgrade. We've listened to your feedback, and now you have even more freedom to choose how you play the games you want. We've expanded all Xbox Game Pass plans to give you more games and more ways to play and more rewards than ever. Previously, Core was primarily for console, but Essential now lets you play games on Xbox console, PC, and cloud. That means you have the freedom to stream and play on any supported device. And with cloud gaming, that includes a lot of devices.
So she goes through each tier with the upgrades that have been introduced, the improvements that they've augmented all of this with. And I'm just not fucking seeing it. Like, it really just seems like you get the same deal, but with more money needed to be forked over to achieve it. Like, the big thing that stands out to me is that they're putting more of a focus on, PC gaming. So instead of it being all about console, now you get more freedom to play on PC and like the cloud stuff. But for people that are like Xbox heads, they don't give a fuck about that. Like, they're not getting a much better deal. They're just having to pay more money for the deal. Like, it just doesn't seem worth it. And judging from the response from the community, almost nobody is defending it. I don't think there's anyone out there that actually thinks this is them listening to community feedback, because you need to pay $30 a month in order to like play Call of Duty Black Ops 7 on launch. Why would you do that? Why would you be paying $30 a month to then get access to a game day one? It's so fucking expensive. At that point, you might as well just buy the game that you're interested in, as opposed to having this like ongoing expensive subscription to Game Pass Ultimate for it. It's just not worth it. The value is not there. It does seem like it is now just a price increase without offering any real reason or justification to fork over those doubloons for it. What the fuck is the point? I don't know where the spin is coming that they're trying to put on it. Like, this is what you guys been asking for. Everyone's been begging to give us more money. All of you are asking to pay more for Game Pass, and we said, fine. Guess our hands are tied. We're reluctant to do this, but we're going to increase the price by 50% per your feedback. It's what you guys were demanding, so we're just serving you the meal you ordered from the menu. Like, who's asking for that? Like, I don't know where it's coming from. And again, the things that they're talking about in the tiers that they're introducing, it feels like it's mainly just PC cloud related stuff that I don't think the console players were really begging for in a big way, especially if it leads to a price increase.
The best thing about Ultimate is that you can play new games on day one. That includes games like Call of Duty Black Ops 7, The Outer Worlds 2, and High on Life 2. But now, the best is getting even better. Ultimate subscribers will get access to over 75 Day One games a year. We're also adding 2 new partner subscriptions. With Ultimate, you'll now have access to Ubisoft Plus Classics in addition to EA Play.
Wait, maybe I was a little hasty. Hold the fucking phone here. You get access to Ubisoft Classics? Oh my god, that's what I've always wanted. Access to Ubisoft Classics. Ubisoft! Yes! Oh, I can't wait to be paying $30 a month. Whee! And of course, EA Play. Who can understate the value of EA Play there? This is so silly. And I was really curious if they were going to mention the price increases in this video here, because it's so pivotal. Like, this is a really big deal. It's not like some trivial increase of 50 cents. It's 50%. They have raised it from $20 to $30, and they don't make a peep. They don't mention it in this video at all. They tried to save that cold water outside of the hype of this announcement, which I think is a little scummy. I don't really like that. You should talk about the price changes too. You talked about everything else, like the name changes, which feel totally unnecessary, but that's just like corporate America where names change all the time for the most minuscule of reasons. But come on, you're not going to mention the price here? There's just nothing in this that screams value, that screams that this is worth it now. Previously, at the old price points of Game Pass, I thought it was a good deal. I really did think that they had a good service that they were offering at that price point. At this, I don't see who the fuck would ever be able to rationalize spending that kind of money for what you get out of it. It doesn't make sense to me. And what also doesn't make sense to me is how Microsoft thought that this was a good idea. I recognize that they're not, doing amazing, but I mean, come on, just look at 2025 for Microsoft. It has been rough. And they've already increased prices on console and everything, and now this. They had to know this was going to be a big fucking miss here. I just I don't get it. It's crazy to me. Anyway, though, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. I really, and I don't mean this exaggeratory, I really don't know how much longer Xbox is even going to be around before they just pull the plug on it. It just seems like it's in such a disastrous state. They have so many things under their umbrella, but yet have so little to show for it. And their one, really good saving grace here with Game Pass is just getting ruined. It is going straight in the dumpster. It's already there. This is a dagger in Game Pass for a large number of people. It's not blown out of proportion with the amount of people canceling their subscription. It really does seem to be that bad. Anyway, though, I won't yap about it any longer. That's really about it. So yeah, crack pipe, but get a load of this. You leave earlier. It's not a crime to show up early to an appointment. You could have got there before the appointment instead of 11 o'clock sharp. You could have got there a little bit early. Maybe they even take you back early if they've got time. So you wouldn't have even needed to worry about being stuck at, the light for so long if you had just left earlier. You can keep trying to put it on the universe, but it was very easily avoidable, especially since you apparently planned your whole fucking day around this haircut.
And of course, there's also highway closures. And so she calls me back. My ETA still says 11:10. And, I tell her I'm doing my best to get there on time and that, I'm afraid that the ETA might go up a little bit more because the traffic was really bad. When you're on maps and it says police reported ahead, are they still there? That happened 4 times too. Everything that could have happened to stop me from getting there on time did happen.
Excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse. Who cares? You should have just left earlier. This whole section is her just trying to find cope and her trying to find things does anyone else hate traffic and stuff? Oh my god, it completely ruined my haircut. Just leave earlier and you would have been fine. And the salon here, they called her back. She told them that she was going to be a little late, and it seems like they were receptive to it because according to her, they did even take her back, brush her hair, and then when she showed the inspo, they didn't feel comfortable doing that in the amount of time they had. So they were still really accommodating from everything I can tell.
I wish I had gotten in my car a few minutes earlier if I knew that was going to be the case. I thought I had enough time. And so I get there, I park my car at 11:12 in the parking garage because also Amtrak, there was literally a fucking train that came by as well. Like, I'm not making this up, okay? And I park my car in the parking garage. I run in heels, and I'm sick, okay? And the elevator out of the parking garage doesn't work. I stand there for what feels like 2 minutes.
So close to identifying the issue when she was tickling the idea that she should have gotten in her car earlier. But then it's right back to, like, the excuses. But I couldn't have known that I wasn't going to be instantaneously transported there upon entering my vehicle. I had no way of knowing that there'd be, like, traffic and stuff. That's not usual in LA. LA's not known for traffic. How was I to know? So then she's talking about how she also didn't even know that the hair salon was in a mall. So she's upset about that because now she's in a parking garage and it's, like, slow. And then she has to run through the mall in heels and it's brutal. And also she's sick. So you're going to this appointment while sick too?
Running into there right at 11:15, and she pokes her head out and like says like, Lisa, and I'm like, yeah. And so I swear to God, at the latest, it was 11:16 that I was in her chair. At the very fucking latest, okay? Not that that matters, you would think, but it does. And so she sits me down in her chair, offers me water, brushes my hair, asks me what I want.
The gall of her to do those things, to give you a beverage, to brush your hair, and ask you what you want? Who does she think she is? Oh my God, the chutzpah! What a monster! The way she's describing this, it's like she was doing a bad thing. Like the hairdresser, she gave me water and stuff and like brushed my hair. What the fuck? I don't know why she's acting like that. And it does matter, by the way. You're very late. And what you wanted done with your hair isn't something that they thought they could do to a high quality standard in the amount of time they had before their next client. You were late. Like, it's just that simple.
I show her the inspo picture. The vibes are like, and like just not great customer service, right? And then she's like, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think I can cut your hair in an hour 15. And then she says that like she doesn't want to rush it and like do a bad job, which is fair. And then she's like, and that's not fair to my other client at 12:30. I don't know what to say to that. Like,
how can you not know what to say to that? It's like the easiest response ever. Okay, I understand. Yeah, I should have been here on time. So how can we reschedule? Like, it seems like it's a very amicable situation that could have happened here, but she just can't process this. Like, it's wild to me. The entitlement is actually incredible to watch unfold here. Because even after, like, this blew up and this is now her response, it still hasn't dawned on her that she was in the wrong. She still puts it all on this hairdresser who's so unreasonable and so mean, lacking empathy and humanity. What the fuck? It's so fascinating to see here. And then she's like, yeah, just clearly not great customer service. After she's just described that they're bending over backwards now, she's very late to this appointment, but they're still taking her back, giving her water, brushing her hair, and trying to do the haircut that she is wanting to a high level. But they didn't feel confident that they could, so they're now trying to reschedule for a different day so they can. And she's upset about that. Would you have rather they have done this haircut shittily? Would you have rather had a bad haircut as opposed to no haircut at all? I don't understand. Like, this feels so reasonable and, like, I think very understandable from the hair salon here. I also love how she keeps pointing out, like, LA this, LA that, about, like, how awful LA is and how different LA is from Wisconsin, where she's from, which she'll get into in a moment. But she's, like, the most LA person I've seen in a while. Like, this is the quintessential, like, douchey, entitled LA attitude that has become, like, a meme. And she is just fully unironically expressing that exact trope. You are the embodiment of that LA attitude that people criticize a lot. And yet she tries to act like she's so above it.
I come from Wisconsin. Maybe things are just different here in California, which is why I said I love LA, because this would only fucking happen in a city like LA. In Wisconsin, like I said, my mom is late to everything. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's like it should be this way, but I swear to God, people are late for hair appointments all the fucking time. Or even if they're on time, sometimes it goes over and the next person just sits there and waits for a few minutes. And it's like not a fucking big deal, right? And so she says, I'm gonna have you come back tomorrow.
No, it's not really like a Wisconsin versus LA thing. It's more of just like a normal human thing, like across the globe. If you're really late to something, they might not coddle you and move mountains to ensure that you are accommodated, even though you have shown disrespect and lack of care by being late. Like, I feel like that's not really just LA exclusive. That's pretty much anywhere if you're really late to something. Now, some places, as she mentioned, will do what they can to still, fulfill that, even if you are very late. But it shouldn't be an expectation. That's sometimes happens, sure. Most times probably doesn't. And that's fine too. In fact, that's kind of the way it normally is. If you're really late to something, tough luck. Should have been on time. Kind of just the way the world goes.
And then I left a review, and they responded and then deleted it. And they said that I showed up at 11:20, which is not true because I texted my friend at 11:20 after I had been essentially kicked out and said, I'm not getting my hair cut, I'm crying. Like, I texted them at 11:20 and said, like, I'm not getting my hair cut. So that's the story. And fuck that hair salon. I think that that lady needs to work on her customer service. And also, like, I would have tipped her amazingly.
Checkmate. She said she texted her friend at 11:20. Thus, she couldn't have been 20 minutes late. Only, like, close to 20 minutes late. Gotcha. Not exactly like the watertight defense she thinks it is. And then she goes on to say, fuck the hairdresser there, like the whole salon. And that she was going to tip them amazingly. She had plans to Mr. Beast this place. She was going to go in there with a huge tip, and now they missed out on it. She sounds like someone that tips incredibly well, by the way. Someone with this level of entitlement, I bet, is a real treat to work with in a customer service industry. I bet she has a reputation for being a great tipper. I just have a hunch.
I understand that I should have been better about my time management and I could have been there earlier. And you know what? That would have reflected in my tip. And so she didn't get my money, and I'm glad at the end of the day that I didn't get my hair cut by her. But yeah, you ruined my fucking day off, and I wish I didn't let you, but you did. So fuck you, Strand of Soul in Pasadena. Weird as fuck that you deleted the response to my review too. You're weird.
Again, they're right now kicking themselves about that massive tip they missed out on here. That was no doubt coming, by the way. Yeah, to say that they're weird when you film a video of yourself crying in your car about not getting your hair cut because you were late, and then you even recognize a couple of times, like very ephemeral, that you could have been there earlier, should have been there earlier. Being on time, by the way, is what that's called, but we don't need to get into the semantics. And then still find a way to try and paint them as the bad guys, even though it's your fault. You're in the wrong. It's crazy. She signs off with a big fuck you to them and calling them weird, saying it's weird they deleted their response to her review, which I don't think they should have deleted it for what it's worth. I imagine they were probably worried that it looked bad on them as a business to be engaging with someone with this level of, like, delusion. Like, maybe it would reflect poorly on them as a business if they're in there, like, I don't know, fighting in the reviews. Even though they weren't fighting, I thought their response was totally fine. But I can understand that maybe there was the thought that maybe this would be perceived poorly by someone coming in, so they deleted it. But I don't think they did anything wrong. I don't think they needed to delete it, but they're not weird for it either. Their response was fine, and I don't know why she keeps trying to claim that they're weird. You were late. You were very late to your appointment. They didn't think they had enough time to do your hair to the high quality standard they want to hold themselves to, I imagine, so they didn't feel comfortable doing it and tried to reschedule, which you weren't receptive to. It's that simple. If you got there earlier, they would have been able to do your hair to the standard they want, and it all would have been fine. It's on you. But, yeah, anyway, I got real invested in this story. It's a pretty cool email I got this morning about this one. That's really about it. So, yeah. Barbecue chicken alert. Barbecue chicken alert. We got another classic YouTube blunder here. I imagine some of you might have seen a little bit from this, but there are tons and tons of channels on the platform being banned left and right. Very loosey-goosey here, and it seems to be AI moderation tools that YouTube uses going rogue. The ghost in the machine here. I just got made aware of this, and it seems like one of the first people to experience this, Penguinz0, was a YouTuber named Enderman, who is a tech channel.
The reason being, my secondary channel has been terminated off of YouTube, as you can see. And obviously I can do nothing about this. We're going to submit the appeal together and see how far it gets us now. The reason for this happening is AI. It wrongfully concluded my channel was associated with a channel that was terminated for 3 copyright strikes.
If we look at what Enderman has provided here, the reason for the termination here is this linked channel, which is a Japanese channel that is in no way actually associated with Enderman at all. It feels like it's a big old boo-boo here from the AI moderation tools, and he is not the only channel that experienced this. There were a few other notable examples of channels also being linked to this Japanese channel falsely, and thus having their channel terminated as a result. It's anyone's guess why. Maybe that Japanese channel is like a yawn, and it's just contagious, and now it's spreading across YouTube, where for some reason on the back end, the AI has had a fucking conniption here and is associating like tons of channels on YouTube with that account and then just immediately banishing them to the Shadow Realm, which in and of itself is a huge problem, because why is there no human being coming to review a channel termination? Why would AI have that ability? Why would it be given that much unrestricted power and authority where it could not only flag these channels for being linked to this channel, but then also ban them for it without a human being ever stepping in? That's very concerning, because there is clearly a lot of wiggle room for errors with AI moderation. And it's not just with this linked channel epidemic here. We're going to get into a couple other examples, and of course we've already seen some in the past with it just kind of freaking out and going like bananas, actually just going ballistic for no reason. But in classic YouTube fashion, appeals are more useless than the hairs on my ass. So Enderman even made a video doing the appeals, which of course led to no results, which unfortunately is par for the course. I feel like I can count on one hand the amount of times in my own personal experience too that appeals have ever led to anything. Like, I've never even really heard whispers of someone having a successful appeal on my entire 18, 19, whatever-ish years on YouTube. It feels like that system just doesn't work. That's just all smoke and mirrors. Like, maybe the appeal system is there kind of as like an internal joke at the YouTube HQ. Like, the appeals, once you finish filling them out, what it actually does is just print out a piece of paper that goes straight into the trash can at the YouTube HQ. Like, I don't even know what it's there for. It never actually leads to anything that I've ever experienced, nor ever heard of. It is truly just like, you do this only to reaffirm that a human being is not looking at it, or if they are, they're not actually giving a fuck and just maintaining the original ruling that may be incorrect. In this case, being linked to a Japanese YouTube channel that was terminated long ago. This kind of thing would take someone actually 4 seconds to realize it's a mistake. This is a big ol' whoops-a-daisy. But since the appeal system, it needs a drastic overhaul, it is just archaic, and I truly think that it might just not even function the way it's advertised. It didn't work for any of these channels that were experiencing this termination, this wrongful termination. So they did the only recourse they could: make noise on Twitter. That, and I've said this for years, that is the only way to get actual YouTube help here, it seems, for most channels on the platform, is to go make a big hoopla, big stink about it on Twitter or any other social media, because then they actually do see it, and then a human being does actually step in, and it takes them very short amount of time to fix it. In this case, it did get solved. Enderman did get his channel back. Both of his channels got reinstated. It was very clearly a mistake that this happened in the first place, and the second a human being actually is alerted to it and does take the time to take a peek, it's pretty quickly resolved. But there's a couple of problems here. One, AI should not have the ability to ban channels. That is a big no-no. I think that is going to lead to catastrophic results in the future. We're already seeing some inklings here of that, being the dystopia we're heading towards. Like, you do not want to just let AI be the one to ban channels. A human being should always be included in the mega mix when it comes to that decision, without fail, period. Like, there should never be any reason AI can do that. And two, something's got to be done about the appeal system. It has got to be updated. Like, it has got to get better. This is it's just crazy that it's 2025 and appeals still just don't actually work. Because, again, look, Enderman and many others did make a lot of noise on Twitter. Someone at Team YouTube saw it, took them, a handful of hours maybe, and then reinstated both channels because they were very quick to realize, yeah, this is a mistake. Why didn't that happen with appeals? Appeals, when you submit them, it's like a matter of minutes where they're like, no, it's rejected. Yeah, we re-reviewed everything. Yeah, you're super wrong. You're a fucking idiot. Actually, you're super ugly as well, by the way. Did we mention that? Rejected. We're maintaining the original fucking ruling. Like, it's obvious that no one actually looked at it. So, especially when it's like long-form videos, you'll submit an appeal for a video that's like an hour and a half long, and you'll get a response from YouTube on the re-review in like 15 minutes about like how you're stupid for even trying to appeal it. So yeah, that needs to be changed. That's two big problems. But this isn't the only instance of channels being banned willy-nilly recently. There's been a lot going on when it comes to channel terminations that don't make a ton of sense. Now, from what I've seen, a lot of these have been reinstated since this has become a big issue that a lot of people are talking about now, because it is concerning why so many channels are getting kind of banned out of nowhere for seemingly nothing. Literally nothing when it comes to like this linked channel thing that was happening. Like, some of these terminations aren't even because of like a misunderstanding of the content they were producing. It was something that they did, like, literally was not even associated with anything about their channel and still getting terminated. So it's caused a lot of alarm from people on the YouTube platform. And from what I've seen, some of them have been reinstated, but not all of them. There's also been a lot of bans for like this really weird enforcement of YouTube policies that don't really seem to apply. The big one has been like scams and deceptive practices, which I think right now is out of control on YouTube with ads. Like, the biggest culprit of scams and deceptive practices are YouTube's own ads. I just made a video going over many of the AI ads on YouTube that are peddling legitimately fake products. Fraudulent advertising is plaguing the platform. That and like AI porn shit and like a lot of weird things have been advertised on YouTube directly that are very much against YouTube's own terms when it comes to scams and deceptive practices. But those don't seem to be getting hit nearly as much as just channels that aren't actually promoting scams or deceptive practices. It's just really ass backwards right now. And I was reading from the community with some other channels. A lot of them were tech-based, where they were like showcasing different things in the tech sector that maybe the AI moderation tool was getting confused by, thinking that they were trying to promote workarounds for certain things, and they just immediately slapped them down for it. I don't know. But either way, it is a problem. There, under no circumstances, should be the possibility for AI to just ban a channel, like outright. Even if a channel is in violation of rules and AI moderation tools flag it internally, a human being needs to be involved in this conversation about whether or not that channel needs to be banned. It should not be the AI that's the judge, jury, and executioner on it. That is a big problem, and one that is highlighted big time with this wave of bans hitting the platform. So yeah, I wanted to yap about this for a little bit. It seems like it's getting resolved slowly but surely, and I really hope YouTube learns from this and improves their systems, appeals, and getting rid of this immense power that they're lending to AI. Unchecked power, unlimited power. That's concerning. Anyway, though, that's really about it. Hopefully everyone else that's been like falsely flagged and terminated or got a strike or something, hopefully all of that gets resolved as well going forward. Hopefully it won't take too much longer. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, no communication with them past the initial case and submitting all of his footage and everything. They never did anything with Ben to work with him from all the available evidence, yet they did so much for Ammon, even going as far as to help him change his claim because his first one was fucking bogus. It was way off. So instead, they gave him a different thing to go for instead. Like, they are doing so much working directly with Ammon while seemingly being like best buddies. Smells kind of corrupt if you ask me. Why did they not do anything with Ben's evidence or Ben's case or work with him? And yes, I agree, like, you can chalk that up to Ben not having a lawyer, but it also doesn't seem like Ammon is bringing his lawyer to these things either. Like, they are talking directly to Ammon himself, not Ammon's legal representative. So why are they willing to extend this courtesy of working directly with Ammon, but not directly with Ben? It is fucking weird. That is very odd.
A few weeks later, when I ended up going to court, this was the state's response.
My name is Nick Mielstein. I'm the prosecutor. Is Benjamin Schneider here?
Yes.
If you want to take care of that today, we could do what we call a plea in abeyance.
Were you able to see the footage I submitted to the police of our interaction?
I have not watched it, no.
Okay, because in that footage, you can clearly see that the second he tells us to leave, we say, okay, we'll leave. And then he calls the police and said that we threatened to burn down the building and shoot everyone inside. And he was just making up all these lies, which you can clearly see in the footage that we submitted. We were being respectful the whole time. We left the second he told us to.
Sorry, let me look.
And so it makes sense why the police would take me to court because, I mean, he's threatening that we're going to burn down the building and shoot everyone, but we did nothing. Like, he's just saying that because he's trying to. I'm a documentary maker, so I'm making a documentary on the thing. So his logic is if he throws me in jail, then if he makes up a reason for me to go to jail, then I won't be able to expose them for their crimes. So that's the what's going on. It's clear as day in the footage if you watch it. It seems like they're just making up a bunch of false information in order to silence criticism.
But did you submit that to the police officer?
Yes.
Is the footage going such that it's still going like when you step out the door?
It starts from when we're in the elevator before we talk to him to when we were back in the elevator going back down.
Obviously, a video doesn't necessarily show everything that possibly happened.
So according to... Again, this is where a lawyer would be so beneficial here because Ben does have evidence to prove his side of this story. Ammon has nothing besides his word, which is worthless. That is actually just a little fucking hemorrhoid. His word means nothing. Ben has video evidence, but since Ben is representing himself, it's a little harder for him to make these statements and get this where it needs to go in this system so that it actually leads to what it should, which is justice and proving his side here. And that statement there from the opposing side about, well, a video doesn't necessarily show everything that happened is fucking crazy considering he hasn't even watched the footage yet. Like, they haven't even looked at the footage yet. So why are you already coping? Why are you already making up like this out? It sounds like they probably know that it does show the kind of whole scope of the situation, at least more so than what Ammon is saying. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. And this is where a lawyer would be able to, I imagine, dunk on that.
The state of Utah, the raw video that shows everything that possibly could have happened is not credible and could not have shown everything that possibly could have happened. And they didn't even watch it. They're literally just taking Ammon's word for everything and completely ignoring all the evidence. So where does this leave me now? Not only am I being charged with a bunch of mystery crimes in American Fork, Utah, but I'm also being charged with a second-degree felony up to 15 years in jail in Provo, Utah. And now that they have written proof that I'm committing all of these insane crimes against them, I mean, obviously Bricks and Minifigs just made up everything, but that's not how the court sees it. The court thinks that these are real. And for whatever reason, the court wouldn't let me share my side. They only heard Bricks and Minifigs' side.
Ben's side was not in the room, was not heard. The court signed an order erasing his published work on the strength of the company's verified complaint and the company's motion with no one there to say a word against it.
That is how it seems. Again, I'm no legal expert, but some legal experts have weighed in and expressed similar sentiment there. It is looking like it is only hearing one side and refusing to engage in even the slightest capacity with Ben's side and look at his evidence. And that's not right. They are only willing to see and hear from one side, no matter how flimsy the evidence provided from that side is, and using the word evidence to describe Ammon McNeff's word about what was said is just gross because it's not really evidence. He is just lying, provably lying. It is not fair. It does not feel fair. Now, again, I do think a lawyer would be able to probably do more here, but even still, in what world is that okay that this guy doesn't have a lawyer, so we're just not going to even look at anything that he has? We'll just go with this corporation, this mega corporation that seems to be real friendly with the police department. They must be the ones that are right, no matter what. And we'll do everything we can, bend over backwards to ensure that we're fighting for them instead of the little guy. It's just wrong. Now, of course, you can point to some of the stunts that Ben did in some of the videos and say, like, you know, maybe this was pushing it too far, or maybe this was counterproductive to getting things solved. And I think that's a fine critique to have. I think that's very valid. But you should also be able to recognize that he does have very real evidence for his innocence in the face of some of the claims made against him from Bricks and Minifigs that are just outrageous. And those things should be seen, viewed, and actually analyzed by the system here, instead of just rejected based on the merit of his accuser. This corporation, we love those guys. Look at how much money they make and how cool they are. So what they say is right. You don't even have a lawyer. We're not even going to look at your shit. You may have made a case with the police officer here, but we don't even want to look at that. I'm sure he was just, it's stupid. You're dumb. Get out of here. They're right. You're wrong. It's just, that's not how it should be.
Because I have my freedom of speech back, baby. I can say whatever I want. I can say Bricks and Minifigs sucks. I can say Bricks and Minifigs such old people. And look, I just said it. I'm not in jail, which is sick. We got our First Amendment rights back. Yeah.
And now that I have my freedom of speech back, everyone is wondering how Bricks and Minifigs can make up for the fact that they made up all these lies about me to take away my freedom of speech.
They can say that they're sorry by doing the chicken dance. And I will take that as a sincere form of apology. And once they do the chicken dance, then I will know that Bricks and Minifigs is sorry. And we can finally move on to the next video series. And it'll be awesome.
So Ben has been able to release this video. He is able to talk about Bricks and Minifigs again, despite earlier being silenced, gagged. And now he's saying the way they can make it up to him for taking away his freedom of speech is to do the chicken dance to show sincere apology. His reasoning is that they always say these nice things, the right things they'll say, but they never actually do the right thing. So he wants to see their actions reflect it, which is why he wants them to actually do the chicken dance. That's the reason behind it. Now, he didn't really dive into how he got to this point, being able to speak about it now, so I looked into it a little bit. So from what I've read, this case moved up from state to federal court, and in federal court, it's very different. So a federal judge came in and ruled that he is allowed to talk about these things because it is a part of, commentary and investigative journalism. It is explicitly commentary and investigative journalism, thus he is allowed to say these things and post this video. Within reason. He can't just say anything at all willy-nilly. It does need to come from a standpoint of being a fucking investigative journalist. He can't just be doing, the most outrageous, over-the-top things and claims about Bricks and Minifigs now or anything like that. But he is able to talk about them again now. It has been amended, which is great. And it does seem like we're reaching the end game here of the Lego scandal, and it is just fucking wild how all of this has been unfolding. I've made a lot of Pokemon Scalper content recently because it is truly just a catastrophe. It is a wasteland. The state of that hobby is in shambles. It is one of the most despicable hobbies on the planet right now because of scalpers and just degenerate losers that have infested it. I know it's been said a million times before, but it's super true. Pokemon is not for children anymore. It is reserved exclusively for the greasiest, slimiest, most loveless losers in your local neighborhood, deluding themselves into thinking that flipping it on Facebook Marketplace for a $3 profit is a career. These pathetic vermin in this perpetual cycle of buying every new piece of Pokemon product gluttonously and just trying to flip it instantly, taking advantage of the hype train, hoping that some people will overpay for it. And in many cases, they are. And if you are a child looking to get your hands on any Pokemon cards, you better just start taking Taekwondo courses because you're basically signing up to go into battle, going to a war zone. You're going to be having to fight grown-ass men here to get your hands on Pokemon product. Anyway, why I'm yapping about this for the millionth time is because today, a scalper video actually went extremely viral. Actually turbo popped off, millions upon millions of views, and multiple angles because so many people were outraged. And I think it is the epitome for the state of Pokemon cards right now.
All right, so this is Zay, the manager. This is what they're selling to one person. This guy right here, one person. One person. Look at this. You're gonna be on all the websites.
Nigga, you're a
one person. One person.
It's cute how he immediately tries to cover his face in shame while in a panic, and then desperately tries to cling to something to defend himself, but all he can utter out is this trash by saying, "You're a grown-ass man." Meanwhile, he is also a grown-ass man. Unless, of course, he's like a baby that's been set to Wumbo or something. But I'm pretty sure that is also a grown-ass man that's dumping his entire paycheck on this Pokemon product, and the manager of the Walmart is there as like his fucking muscle, like his security guard, because it seems like the manager probably knew this was going to be a bad look, because they literally wheel out multiple shelves of Pokemon product for this guy to buy. And he hasn't bought it yet, mind you. They're in the process of scanning each individual item, and the manager is refusing to let any other customers grab some of the items from his haul here, which makes me think, and many of the people in the comments think, that they're in on it together, that this is a side hustle for the manager, and that these might be friends that the manager is giving this honor to, this incredible gift of being able to buy the entire inventory, so that way maybe later down the line the two of them can split profits when they inevitably flip it. Now that's just a little bit of a game theory, but it's the only logical explanation for why the manager himself would be here defending this customer's right to purchase every single piece of Pokemon product Walmart has, even going as far as to wheel the shelves over to the checkout register for him. That is unhinged. That is craziness to me. And it's not like a crackpot tinfoil condom conspiracy theory either, by the way. This is actually something that's been well reported in the hobby, where there are some people on the staff at Walmarts and other places that stock this product that do actually tell their friends when it's coming in, so that way they can go buy it and they work together to split profits from it. That has happened before. And I feel like it's a pretty strong argument here that that might be what we're seeing unfold right now. Because how else can you explain this shit? It only gets worse as the video goes on, mind you.
One person. One person. They're selling this all to one person. This is the manager. This is the manager saying he didn't bring any of these up yet, but won't let me buy them.
They're all rung up already.
They're all rung up, but they're sitting there. I see her scanning them.
Sir, they're on the machine. Can he have his product back?
No.
Just a blatant bold-faced lie saying that they're already rung up. You can hear them scanning it. They are actively scanning these products. They are not rung up, but the manager is reserving them for this goober here in the hoodie that is now trying to, cover his face like fucking Bane here, so that way you can't make out who he is. I gotta tell you, sports fans, I have a hunch that if I went to that Walmart and I grabbed an entire fucking shelf and brought it to a checkout register, I probably would be met with a little bit of friction there. I probably would have to answer to the higher-ups, and they wouldn't necessarily condone that. I don't think they'd let me just buy the entire fucking shelf that I brought to the register. But he gets to. Why is that? That's quite curious, isn't it? That's a little odd. I've never seen that before.
You already paid for it. You already paid for it.
He did? Did his card swipe yet? No.
Sir, you're not going to be able to credit those, okay?
All right. You're the like head manager of this
Yes,
Walmart?
sir. There's no higher than
Zay. All right. Zay from this manager of Walmart on Arroyo is letting one guy buy all these because he knows them. Because he knows them. Because he knows them. Because he knows them. I can record.
No, you can.
Yes, I can, Zay.
Ooh, that one touched a nerve there. All at once, there was like a fucking Winter Soldier response. They're like, oh, wait, no, we don't know him. No, we're all strangers here. We don't know that guy. No, this manager's just super fucking awesome. No, this guy just lets anyone just grab the display shelves and bring it to the checkout register to buy all of the product. And then also, that forbids everyone else from even accessing the product, even before it's paid for. Oh, and every single line out of the protagonist loser in the hoodie's mouth is just fucking cinema. Every single sentence that he squeaks out from his lips is more pathetic than the last. So when he's trying to say he has no idea who this manager is, he has the gall to say, I'm from LA, ask about me. What in tarnation are you yapping about? What? Ask who about you? Burger King? Like what? How does you being from LA mean that you have no idea who the manager is? How does that mean that you guys can't be friends just because you're from LA? What is that thought process, man?
Bought all of this, plus another pack over there. Oh wait, where's it coming?
Bro, this is the shit I'm talking about. Nah, don't cover your face, bro. You're gonna buy everything, dog?
Do
You're
whatever
a
you
fucking
want,
dick.
bro.
You're a fucking dick.
Do something about it.
Deadass, yeah? We can step the fuck outside. Look at, I don't know, cover your face too. Look at this. The kind of shitty people. Kind of shitty people do this shit. And
I gave some to people.
bro, fuck off. Shitty ass fucking people.
This is one of the other angles I was talking about. Here you can see really the whole scope of the operation. I counted 3 full displays that they wheeled over for this guy and the girl with him as well. 3 whole displays he was able to buy up while being reserved, apparently, since the manager wasn't letting anyone touch any of that product anymore. Also, he's starting to puff out his chest a little bit. He even insinuates that he's ready to throw down for Pokemon cards, ready to get into a bit of a scuffle, saying, do something about it. This stupid asshole forgot that he wasn't on Xbox Live right now, so now his mouth is writing checks his ass can't cash, so he's ready to, like, fight a stranger here over this Pokemon product that he is greedily buying up. He's ready to, alright, do something about it. It's fisticuffs time. And then the guy filming's like, alright, we can go outside. And then he immediately kind of like shies away, like, come on, fucking hurry up. Finish ringing me up, please. What an unhinged asshole. Now he's just ready to start fighting over it. But don't worry, I'm pretty sure I heard this benevolent saint mention that he gave a couple of people some of the merchandise there. Don't know if that's true or not, considering in the other video we saw that the manager wasn't letting anyone touch any of that product anymore because it's only purchasable by this guy for some really weird reason. So I don't know, I'd have to call into question the authenticity of that claim that he lets some people have a little bit, especially when you look at the displays. They are fucking filled to the brim. The cup runneth over on greed here. I don't think he's being truthful when he says he let someone else have some. I don't see a dent in it. And regardless, even if he parted ways with 1 or 2, look at the quantity he's buying. Nobody else is going to have any Pokemon product for themselves or their kids or whatever. I can only, with my fingers crossed, hope that any day now, people will finally wake the fuck up and stop paying scalper prices for Pokemon product. If that happened, if people would just finally stop paying over MSRP for this, these scalpers would be left with their dick in their hand, and they'd be furious. That is how you win. You stop paying over MSRP to these losers. But I don't see that happening because the hype train's too high, and most of the time, let's be honest, it's scalpers selling to other scalpers. So even in this extremely egregious example of scalping, I imagine there were probably 10, 20 other scalpers that were looking to do something very similar, just maybe not to this extreme degree. And probably without the blessings of the manager here, because it seems like the manager was really on this guy's side. But mostly this hobby has become truly just plagued by greedy assholes that don't view it as a hobby, more so like an investment and a get-rich-quick scheme through flipping this shit. It sucks, man. It sucks. And this has got to be the best showcase of just how low it sank. Anyway, wanted to make fun of this clown and wanted to talk more about Pokemon scalping. That's really about it. See ya. That's the sound of AI coming in and non-consensually motorboating us all. Whether you want to admit it or not, whether you even recognize it or not, your life is already being affected deeply by AI. And I know I've yapped about it a lot, but I did just see The Atlantic's most recent report where they actually pulled down the pants on a lot of what AI models are being trained on here, aka what they're stealing to train their AI models on, because they don't have permission for it. The nomenclature is stealing, that's the scientific term, but because these multi-billion corporations are in the driver's seat now at the helm, they can go ahead and rebrand that whole stealing thing into something entirely different. They're trying to argue that it's all by the book, in fact. So, The Atlantic now has this AI watchdog, which is just an open tool. Anyone can go in, and they can just directly search what music AI is being trained on, as well as like videos AI is being trained on. Now, a ton of huge artists have been made aware of this and have called out AI companies for just directly ripping their music, some of it unreleased by the way, in order to train their AI models on. Notably, Suno has been getting called out with spitballs fired at it and Rotten Tomatoes thrown at it because they're pretty shameless and unapologetic about it. Anyone remember back in the day the whole you wouldn't download a car, one of the most iconic fucking anti-piracy advertisements ever? Arguably just one of the most well-known campaigns ever as well. Well, now the same people that used to run that shit are the ones that are literally just downloading everything, stealing everything they can. It's pretty incredible, the 180 they've done there on that whole messaging. And I know what you're thinking. Yes, they have stolen my videos to train their AI models on. I searched my name in their dataset. 607 of my videos have made it into 9 datasets used by AI corporations to train their models. Heaven help us. Lord have mercy on the absent souls of these AI models that are being fucking clockwork oranged, having the eyelids pulled wide open to be trained off my videos here. Those have to be the dumbest AI models you can find. Just look at this poor bastard here from YT Temporal 180M, who's got 221 of my videos shoved down its throat, being trained off of things like Horrible Chair, where I'm just making fun of a dogshit chair, some old gameplay and commentary like Doom 4 Feathers, where I'm playing a Doom mod where I'm a chicken shooting at warthogs from Halo. This fucking washing machine repair championship, where I'm just commentating a washing machine repair competition between some of the highest quality athletes you can find in the washing machine circuit, not to besmirch the good name there. A foot fetish wedding, dildo circus, where, you know, I did a lot of cool trick shots with dildos. Like, this fucking AI model, it must be just sitting there drooling. Actually, let me learn a little bit about my son here, seeing as I taught him everything he knows. YT Temporal 180M, it's a collection of 5.4 million YouTube videos, compiled by a team of researchers at the University of Washington and the Allen Institute for AI to train a multimodal model called Merlot. It was released in 2021. Bro, is Merlot an idiot? Be honest with me, is this the dumbest AI you can find? If it's being trained even partly on some of my videos, there's a chance you ask it who wrote the Declaration of Independence and it says dildo titty fart or something. Very fascinating, very interesting. So YT Temporal got a huge dollop of some of my incredible work like Hentai Survive. What the hell is this? I don't even remember this. As the 21st century continues to evolve, human sexual fetishes are evolving right there alongside it. Okay, you know what? That one might actually be somewhat educational. That actually might help them out a little bit, because it's not wrong. Now, obviously, my videos weren't hand-picked for these AI models or anything. They made it into those giant compilations, a lot of these groups put together solely to train models off of, to give like a huge sample size. I understand that, but it doesn't make it any less garbage. It's so fucking ridiculous because it is just stealing it. Same thing when they do it with music. It is just stealing all of that to train their models off of. And it's been a huge contentious topic for a while now when it comes to AI. And no amount of like trying to put makeup on it changes the truth that they are just stealing to train their models. Now, if you, as just a normal person, try and follow their footsteps and do the same thing of just taking a ton of artists' music and videos in order to make your own product off of those works, you're gonna get arrested and charged with a little something called theft. But that word doesn't exist once you reach a certain level of wealth. These billion-dollar corporations get to kind of skirt around that a little bit. They're able to tiptoe around that, and we don't need to worry about a little pesky thing called theft for them. It's very different rules they play by there. And I know there's not a soul on this planet surprised by this, but it's still something I think worth yapping about, especially now that it's so easily accessible to see how many things just get gobbled up by these AI companies to train their models off of. All of these huge compilations of work and IP that they steal to train their models on in order to sell it to the people that are now hooked on AI, as everyone is in this giant fucking gold rush, this whirlwind in the industry. It's just so bizarre how things have just accelerated to this point. Now, one thing I got very curious about is trying to think of like the most litigious company I could think of to see if their work had also just been stolen by a ton of these AI models. So obviously, the first thing that pops in my noodle is Nintendo. And yeah, Nintendo is not exempt from this. 4,926 That is a pretty big chunk of their trailers being used to train AI models that I'm sure Nintendo didn't sign off on, because Nintendo wouldn't just be giving away this for free. 1000%. You would need to pay oodles of clams to have access to their material in order to train your own stuff off of to sell that product. They are extremely strict when it comes to their copyright. They rule that shit with an iron fist. They are Judge Dredd when it comes to their copyright. And yet, here we have Runaway Gen 3 that just shamelessly takes 4,772 of their trailers. Again, Nintendo is extremely strict with their trailers. You can use their trailers in like YouTube videos if you follow a very, very particular set of guidelines around it that is extremely transformative. Like there are intense rules. Nintendo's so brutal with this. I remember there was a couple YouTube channels that got taken down because they used Nintendo Music. Like they took Nintendo Music from games they owned, put it in their videos, and they lost their whole channels for it. There was also that time where some streamers got banned because they watched Nintendo trailers during the Direct on stream. Like, the point is, they take that very seriously, and now Runaway Gen 3 just comes in here from the top turnbuckle, takes 4,772 of their trailers, most likely completely for free without Nintendo's permission, didn't pay a dime for it, to train their model on. So let's see what this is. Runaway AI collected YouTube videos to train a video-generating AI model released as Gen 3 in 2024. An internal company document that was obtained by 404 Media lists 3,970... What? Wait, that can't be right. Oh, channels. I thought it was talking about videos in general. I was like, no, they have more than that from just Nintendo. That Runaway identified as sources of high-quality video for training. Nintendo video game trailers? Okay. The spreadsheet contains comments describing what is desirable about some of the channels. For example, beautiful cinematic landscapes, high-quality scenes from movies, only 4 videos but they are really well done, super high-quality sci-fi short films, and the holy grail of car cinematics so far. That must be talking about like Mario Kart or something. It's not clear which, if any, videos Runway actually used for training its AI system. Our search tool includes all YouTube videos from the named channels that were published before May 17th, 2024, which is 1 month before Runway introduced their model. So this is something that The Atlantic also made note of. It's not 100% confirmed that they used all of these videos, but the fact that they were compiled by these companies, I think you can make a pretty educated guess that it was likely used to train their models. And also another thing they mention is that there are likely a lot of other ones that, even though they're not here, doesn't mean they weren't used to train their model. It's a very tricky and messy, sloppy thing to nail down exactly what and what isn't being used to train models. But I would wager a guess that since it's here in the data set, they probably used it. Much like all of these also most likely used it. Like this company, which also used a lot of my YouTube videos. Which... that actually kind of gave me a giggle when I saw that Nintendo of America was part of the same data set as this one where my videos are in, such as Seaweed's Fucking Cool or whatever that one was. I already forgot. So Nintendo and I, we're basically in the same ballpark now when it comes to quality. That's pretty cool. I bet Nintendo's thrilled about that. But anyway, point is, thanks to the Atlantic data sets here that you can freely explore, you can see so many things have just been taken by these companies and put in these data sets that are presumably being used to train their AI models on. It's pretty egregious. I wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's it. See ya.
Ian Watkins. If you're familiar with that name, you probably just puked in your mouth a little bit, even just hearing it. But maybe you don't know that name. Maybe you're familiar with the band that he was the lead singer of, Lost Prophets. They were a huge band back in the early 2000s. In fact, when I was a kid, they were one of my favorite bands. I even had a website I made in 4th grade called coldflames.pixo. I tell you, it could have been the next Facebook. I was ahead of my time. And all over that website, I had Lost Prophets music blasting because I really loved their work. And then in 2012, it was revealed to the world that Ian Watkins, for years, had gotten away with unimaginable evil and is one of the most infamous pedophiles in music industry history. He's like the Diddy of rock music, I suppose. It is unfathomable, the shit that he did. I made a whole video on his history 3 years ago. It is a lengthy and disgusting history here of unfathomable evil with Ian Watkins. He attempted to rape babies, like actual babies. It is beyond anything you're probably imagining. Like the worst things you can think of, he did. And he wasn't exactly like quiet about it either. He was very proud of all of it. The password to his laptop was even a reference to how he fucks kids. And then in a recorded phone call to a fan while he was in prison, he said that this whole thing was megalols. His sick, deranged fans would actually present their children for him. And he would talk to them in prison as well. Like, it's actually unhinged. The depths of depravity with Ian Watkins are something that you can't even picture as a sane person. And he got away with this for years. Again, this wasn't like the biggest secret in the world, like the fucking KFC 11 herbs and spices or anything. This was something he had been reported to the police for multiple times, but they didn't take it seriously. And in fact, the only reason he ever even got apprehended in the first place was on unrelated drug charges. Like, it's actually fucking infuriating, really. But he did finally get arrested. All of this information came to light, and he was serving a 29-year sentence, which, by the way, is crazy that it wasn't like multiple life sentences for all of this shit. I cannot believe it was only 29 years. I understand the laws are a little different over there when it comes to maximum sentences, but even still, the fact that he was going to be released in the next 16, 17 years means he would have been a free man again in his 60s. And for a fucking monster like this, I have no doubt he would have gone right back to raping children, babies, all of that evil he would have been engaging in immediately upon being released, no doubt. Now I say was, because that's in the past now, he's dead. 2 fellow inmates stabbed Ian to death yesterday with a knife. It was first thing in the morning too, so this was like the number one thing on their to-do list for the day. They must have just got up, stretched, got the sleepies out of their eyes and said, alright, let's go kill that guy. So they did. Now, of course, I have no idea who these 2 guys are or what they're in for, but I do believe that the death of Ian Watkins here just saved a bunch of children in the future, because he was going to be released. He was going to be back out into society breathing the same air the rest of us do. And he point blank says that he found it to be megalols and showed no remorse or any kind of like change or anything. So there's no doubt in my mind that when he would have been released, he would have went right back to doing this same shit, preying on children. So I do think now that he's dead in the dirt, going straight to hell, that children are safer for it, because he will not be released now out into the population to once again start preying on kids again. Also, this isn't the first time he was stabbed in prison, by the way. In 2023, he was involved in a hostage situation where he ended up getting stabbed, but he survived that one, and then they came back around and got his ass this time. I remember talking about this in 2023 when he first got stabbed. What an interesting hostage to take, because I don't think anyone's going to be fighting that hard to get him back. I can already just, imagine all of the, officers or whatever on the scene oh no! Don't do that! No, please, don't stab him! No, oh no, the madness! No, stop it! Let him go! This is crazy! Don't stab him! And then when they do stab him, and he pulls through, I bet the officers are like, fuck! Kicking sand. What do you mean he made it? What do you mean he pulled through? Shit! This time, though, was clearly a bit different. They didn't use him as a hostage, they used him as a pincushion. So they stabbed and killed him, and you're not going to believe me when I say this, but it's true. He actually has people mourning his death. All the way up until his death, he had fans that were supporting him, saying he did nothing wrong, and counting down the days until he was freed. It's as fucked up as it sounds. From the handful of these lunatics I've seen, they're not even trying to proclaim that Ian Watkins is innocent, he's been framed or anything. They are actually just saying out loud that they don't care that he did all of those things. That it doesn't matter to them. They still can't wait for him to be freed. Terrifying shit, really. Anyway, though, I just wanted to share the good news with you about Ian Watkins being dead. And that's really about it. So, yeah.
I can take this. It's okay. How many cards do you guys think you have, more or less?
Between the two?
Yeah.
16.
16? Okay, I only need 13. Can you take them and deal them down? 13
could have
cards?
been wrong. Might be 12.
Or maybe 12, yeah. Nice. Now, you have a card over there. Can you turn it over? It's okay.
It is my card.
Okay. Okay, because you
Ooh,
picked
that
a
was
spade,
close.
because you picked a spade, check this out. If I shuffle like this, Matt, at some point tell me stop.
Stop.
Right there. Spade.
What's it mean?
Well, because you said a spade, I made sure that this was not a spade.
Ah.
But also,
guy's good.
but also that one is not a spade.
Oh, God.
And also that one, and 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 that one. None of these.
These are all fucking spades. These are all
They
spades.
are indeed. Like every single one of these, all of these are in fact spades.
No.
But the thing is, look, can you come closer? Can you take the ace and just wave it over this pack? And now if I do that, put it down. Now they go ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way up to the king of spades. Can you see how this would be useful when you're playing poker?
So cool. Oh, he's gonna make us pass out. We're both dead on the floor. He's like, "Can you see how this would be useful?" Damn.
What's the moral of the story, Charles?
John C. Billups is bad at cheating.
Yep.
You should have just
become a magician.
Yeah,
You should have just been a magician.
John C. Billups, eat your heart out. Like whatever you would, if you
having a
walked
good
into
time?
a hospital and somebody said, "I've got a day to live, kill me now" with a joke or a trick. Why do I keep saying joke?
Like I'll mix these cards. Matt, can you take those and give him a shuffle?
That's what he wants me to do. What if I didn't shuffle at all?
Ooh,
it's too late. I shuffled while saying that.
He played you like a fiddle.
Yeah.
Okay, Matt, this is the way that you mix the cards, correct? Are you happy with this?
That's exactly how I wanted them.
Okay. Yes. you can show for the people this really are mixed up cards, right? Every single card, it's not the same card again and again. You see that?
Put them in my exact order. I am the magician here.
Right. Danny, I'll drop cards like this. At some point, you just say the word stop, okay?
Stop.
Right there?
Yeah.
Can you take this card?
Yeah, I'll
And then
take
can
it.
you take this card?
Can I show it to the
Yeah,
camera,
yeah.
to
And
the
then
class?
show the camera, show everybody. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And look, these are really different cards. All of these are different, right?
Yep. All
Good?
different.
And put somewhere in here. Danny, go ahead. Anywhere in the deck. Yeah, near the top is fine. Doesn't matter. Okay, or the bottom. That's also good. I want them to go in like different places. So Danny's is near the bottom, and then yours maybe we put near the top.
Okay.
Because we're gonna put some other cards near the middle. Now the thing is, look, your cards could be anywhere. I won't shuffle. Like really somewhere in there, right? So we know that one card is near this area, one card's near this area, but we know that they're not in this central area, right? So I will use the jokers to try to find your cards. I'm not even gonna do it. I'm just gonna use the jokers. I'm taking the night off, okay? And we're gonna put them somewhere, wherever Charlie says. Charlie, where do you want to put them? More or less like here, there, somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I think we can get right into the heart of it. Right in the heart of Gotham, right over here.
Another one?
One more.
One more?
Right there.
Right there. Look, nothing in between. You can see just 2 pieces of paper, right? Nothing in between. Like all I do, look, I just squeeze like this. And these are very good detectives. They will go through the deck and they will find one card. All I do is click. That's it. What was your card? You can say.
The 5 of hearts.
Like in the middle. There's one card now. In between the jokers. Betwixt the jokers, even. Can you take that out and turn it over? Show the camera. 5 of hearts? Now here's the thing. Here, I know what you're thinking. And not even in a magic way, but just like straight up. I know what you're thinking about this trick. You're thinking I did it, that the jokers didn't do it. But I swear, I didn't do anything. Look, I'll show you. Charlie, can you help me with this? I'll just leave this over here for a moment.
Right.
Can you push everything together?
I absolutely can do that.
Great, and then push the jokers square and everything. Yep, and then pick everything up. I won't even touch. Look, I'm not even gonna touch. And look, can you kind of squeeze like that?
I can squeeze it.
Oh, not too much. Oh, you did it twice.
Oh, too much.
Something weird kind of happened. Wait, this is a boomerang effect might have occurred. But look, can you spread those out for me? I think something still happened. Remember, I didn't touch anything, and yet look, in between the jokers, there is a card. I didn't even touch anything. For the first time, what was your card, Danny?
I feel like for 8 of spades, I'm pretty sure. I kind of forgot. I'm gonna be honest.
Worst case, re-roll the first.
I think it's an 8 of spades.
The thing is, because
but they know what it is.
Because this is a boomerang, I think this is not the 8 of spades in between. I'm pretty sure in between the jokers is the 5 of hearts again. And if this right here is the 5 of hearts,
Then what the fuck is
then
that?
this. But remember, a boomerang always comes back. Can you turn this card over?
No.
It's the 5 of hearts. Isn't that crazy? Because if that's the 5 of hearts, then Matt, this is the 8 of spades.
Isn't that fucking nuts?
That one's crazy. That's a good one.
I told you, that one's unbelievable. You did it. You did it. So good.
Each step of that was cool, and then that end step was insane.
I think that's my favorite part, and I think a lot of your tricks do this, where you do like something cool, but then you're like, you thought that was cool, but actually look over here. There's 15 more things that you didn't even realize were going on.
This is original as well. It's similar to a couple other things, but I added and swapped some stuff with other things, and I'm saying words that are English but don't actually make coherent sentences. So. But
sounds like
nothing to do with gambling, but it's fun.
No, that one's not even gambling, Jason. That was unbelievable when you did that.
They use cards when they gamble.
They use cards.
Yeah.
They have detectives in there.
I like how while we were doing this segment, we slowly moved from all the way.
We're slowly circling.
All right, now I think we cut the camera, and Danny needs to see the phone.
Yeah.
All right, we can wrap it up then.
Yeah. All right, that was fun. Thank you guys for having me.
No, thank you so much for coming up, man. This has been so much fucking fun. This has been amazing. Bring it in. So, Chauncey Billups, do better at your cheating.
Yeah.
Simon.
I guess I should say Simon Black Magic on everything, and if you're ever in Chicago, I perform all the time. Hand in the Eye is opening up pretty soon. It's going to be the world's largest magic venue, and I'll be performing at that all the time. And then anyway, so there's that. I also run a Smash tournament in Chicago, which is pretty awesome. It's the biggest one in Illinois. We get like 40 entrants a week. It's very dope.
Nice.
The vibes are awesome. I'm like DJing. We all take like shots all night. We have like we have merch and stuff too. It's a good local. It's a very good local. But in other news, like I should probably challenge Light to a duel.
Oh yeah, you call out Light.
Light, I'm calling you out. $100 money match me. First to 5. If I take one game, I win though. I could choose one game.
Bring your own money.
Yeah.
It's not coming out of the.
No, definitely bring your own money. I got that.
Wow. Thank you again.
Man, it was really awesome to be here. Just like seeing your guys' vibe, all the stuff that you do, the people that you're working with. It's just like really good energy in this place. I really appreciated being here and taking part. It's really fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Bye.
About 5 months ago, I made a video covering the tragic story of a streamer named Raphael Gravin, known online as Jean Parmenov. He was a streamer who was, for a long period of time, physically and verbally abused by people he considered to be his closest friends for their Kick content. And they were in the middle of a Kick marathon where Jean was once again the punching bag and the spittoon for them to basically torture throughout the entire thing. And after enduring so much exploitation and abuse, he eventually passed away on stream during this marathon. It is a disturbing, horrible thing to watch, and it is an extremely sad story. Obviously, people were very upset, rightfully outraged about the whole thing, so there were calls for action to try and get some justice here, get these Kick streamers held accountable for their potential role in his passing. And I wanted to give you a little update because it's been a while. This had been a lengthy investigation that is still ongoing, but 2 streamers here involved in this have been taken into custody. Owen Sinanzin, oh, I sound like a fucking idiot. Wow, I can't read that last name at all. I sound like I'm malfunctioning, like someone's got me on the DJ's turntable and he keeps remixing it. Owen and Safine Hamadi. They were taken into custody yesterday as part of a months-long probe into an on-camera death broadcast via the Kick platform. Now, many of you might remember the initial response from those involved in this marathon of abuse was to basically deny all responsibility, saying things like, his health was just bad, he liked to smoke and stuff, really bad stuff. Sucks to see him gone. He was like my best bud, my best pal. I love that guy, man. I'm real torn up over it. I can't believe it. But I had nothing to do with it. You guys are fucking stupid for thinking I had something to do with it. In fact, you're the monster for even thinking that me on camera beating him and, strangling him and all this had anything to do with his passing or anything at all. Ridiculous.
That's been their whole strategy, is to just deny it and pretend like they're best friends and they're still so torn up that he's gone. Can't believe that this happened. It boiled down to them just playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin about how everyone's being so mean to them without stopping to consider their feelings about their friend dying during the stream of them abusing him for many days. And then, at one point, if I remember correctly, they even threatened legal action for people saying some defamatory things or whatever. It was a fucking mess. It was embarrassing and cruel. But it looks like French authorities are not buying the crocodile tears here from those kick streamers. They're being held on charges including assault, incitement to hatred, abuse of a vulnerable person, and recording and broadcasting violent images, according to the chief prosecutor. Now, you'll also notice in the paragraph above that an autopsy revealed that the death was not caused by intervention by a third party. This means that Raphael Gravin did not pass away due to physical trauma or any injuries that he suffered at the hands of the streamers or anything like that. It was due to other medical conditions. So you'll notice that they're not pursuing charges of like homicide. They're not trying to get these big slam dunk charges of these streamers killed this man on stream. Instead, they're going for what is clearly evident in all of the footage of their streams together. Physical abuse, assault, stuff like that. Which I think is pretty obvious. You can watch them do that. That is the bulk of their content. They were abusing this man. They were exploiting this man. And they were recording all of it for their content, and they were making money off it. It was their careers built off the back of their abuse of this man. It is fucking sickening stuff. So even though he may not have passed away as a result of all of the abuse he suffered from them, it certainly didn't help his underlying medical conditions in any way, shape, or form. We also have that text message that Raphael Gravin sent to his mother, talking about like how awful it is, the abuse that he suffered, that kind of thing. So they certainly weren't exactly angels here, and they didn't do anything to help him in any way. Even if they weren't directly responsible for his death, I definitely think it didn't help things at the very least. And these charges, I think, are probably pretty strong. I would imagine they stick because you can watch all of them yourself. Like, it's all just right there at your fingertips. It would be shocking if they don't end up behind bars. If this doesn't lead to them going to the slammer, I really would be stunned. This had been many months investigating. There is hours and hours and hours worth of content showcasing their abuse of this individual. I feel like it's an extremely strong case, but we'll see how it all shakes out. If you remember, they were actually taken in by authorities a while back, but they were released. This, I do think, is different, especially after months of investigating, so I'm pretty confident that there will be at least some level of justice here for everything they did. What that looks like with time in jail, I don't know. I guess we'll see, but this should be a very severe punishment. What they did to that guy is beyond fucked up, and his passing is extremely sad. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of give you an update here to the story, and really, that's about it. So yeah. Yeah, I just hate this guy I'm about to yap about. He's a degenerate streamer that no one really watches in the first place. His career is a bigger flop than the new Snow White movie, and apparently he's been banned numerous times from basically every streaming platform, but he keeps crawling his way back like the little roach that he is. And even though he's a public nuisance that's perpetually goober maxing, he doesn't even really have a community of people that follow him ironically. Typically, with a special specimen like this, there will be people that tune in just to watch all of the madness unfold and point and laugh at the guy. But he doesn't even have that because he is just so unbelievably lame. He's such a colossal loser that it's not even fun to watch him ruin his life. Like, you get more entertainment out of a knock-knock joke than tuning into this guy's streams. He's a pile of shit that not even mosquitoes will fly around, and there is an endless supply of things you can easily shoot spitballs at when it comes to this guy, but there's one in particular that I want to focus on, and the whole reason I'm making this. How often and how proudly he abuses his dog on stream.
Hey! Come here. Stop.
Come here.
Don't fucking hit the dog.
That's my dog.
No, you don't fucking
That's
grab
my fucking
her.
dog. I do what the fuck I want
No,
with
you
my
don't
dog.
grab the
Don't
fucking
tell me
dog,
what I do when
retard.
I'm like, bro, this bitch is thinking she gave me a fucking.
Don't grab. Stop! Baby, stop! 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 What are you doing?
She knows because she knows she'll get hurt if she don't listen.
I imagine this brain-dead moron can't spell the word context, but I already know, in defense of this clip, he would try and point to the longer version for the full scoop, because you're only taking a snippet of it, it's out of context. Even though there's really no amount of context that justifies hitting your dog and making the dog yelp in pain, and then forcefully dragging it back into the room to throw onto your chair. But if you want the full version of this clip, which is also equally hard to watch and also still paints a very bad picture of this piece of shit, I'll go ahead and show you that too.
Come here.
It's okay.
Come here.
Peaches.
Come here, Peaches. Don't, bro, this bitch is thinking she gave me a fucking.
Don't grab. Stop! Baby, stop! 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 What are you doing?
This is my fucking dog. I don't give a fuck. Stay. Hey.
Stop!
Hey.
Stop!
Stay. This is my fucking dog. I don't give a fuck. You don't
Stop!
take.
Stop!
You're not
Stop!
taking. You're not
She's in
taking.
pain.
You're not taking my dog away from me. I don't give a fuck.
She's
You're not
in
taking my
pain.
fucking dog away from me.
She's in
The fuck,
pain.
stay. Stay.
Stop!
You're not taking my fucking dog away from me. I don't give a fuck who you think you are.
The girl in the clip is trying to calm this raging dork down and try and remove the dog from a dangerous situation here from him. And he continues to fucking fee-fi-fo-fum his way around there and forcefully grabbing the dog and slamming it onto his chair, which again causes the dog to scream in pain and try and run away in terror from this menace. And I am pretty sure he tries to paint this as like a, oh, I just love my dog, and she was trying to separate me from my dog. This bitch is trying to take my dog. You won't take my dog away from me, my beloved pet that I cherish, which is a bunch of dirty barnacles. He makes the dog cry multiple times here. The girl even points out, like, stop hitting the dog, and then at the end of that clip, he does, like, try and rub the dog's chest after he has slammed the dog onto that chair multiple times. He needs to have this dog removed from him. This is not fair to that animal at all.
That's so bad.
I'm literally gonna fucking kill this dog, bro.
This is not good.
We never come to. You ever had sleep for 24 hours now, dumb bitch? Fuck it. There we go. Staying there for the rest of her fucking life. She's staying in there for the rest of her fucking life. Fuck all that. That bitch is staying in there forever. Fuck that dog. I hope she fucking cries. I hope she fucking wants to commit suicide, that dumb bitch. I hope she jumps off the fucking balcony.
Okay, no.
Wow, yeah, you can really feel the love. Regular old John Wick here with the amount that he cares for this animal. What a sane human being this is. It's fucking unhinged, man. In so many clips, this girl is constantly trying to get him to stop hitting the dog and stop, like, being really mean to the dog and, like, locking it up and threatening it.
I will fucking kill you in front of everyone right here. I will fucking kill you. Right now, I will fucking kill you right in front of fucking everyone. I will fucking kill you. Alright? I will fucking kill you right here. I will break your fucking neck right here. Sit the fuck down. Dog, I'll literally kill this dog. I literally will kill this dog.
This is why this is her
Fucking sit.
Lay down. Lay down. Do you want more water?
Fucking stupid dog. I hope you fucking.
Just look at some of these messages in his chat from these loveless, dickless homunculi. They get so excited every time he starts to talk about killing his dog or when he starts hitting his dog. So like this first one, Peaches need to be strangled. That's his dog's name. Clearly not a service dog. Beat that dumb service dog up. Bad dumb dog. Like what the fuck? He is addicted to talking to his dog like it's a League of Legends ranked game. Like, this kind of shit here he tries to downplay as, like, not being super serious, and the community tries to delude themselves into thinking that he's just trolling, but I think it's pretty clear he does mean these things. He actively hits his dog. I think it's pretty clear we have a lot of evidence to indicate that he means this vile shit that he's spouting about his dog. I am also very shocked that I even used that nomenclature, community, to describe what he has, because that's not what he has. He has, like, 4 people that tune in occasionally, and make like one message in chat every 10 minutes. Like, you can see it for yourself. The proof is in the pudding. Somehow this brain-dead worm thought it'd be a good idea to post his dead chat on screen, and that shit is not moving. That's going at a glacial pace. You're seeing more activity on Yahoo Answers than you will in one of his streams, and Yahoo Answers has been shut down, buried in the dirt for like 9 years. I cannot believe that he even puts that up there on his own accord. So he doesn't really have a viewer base or anything like that. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't help but talk about this guy because this is just infuriating. And I haven't seen another streamer so proudly just abuse their pet on stream like this. It's craziness.
Give it up. Give it up.
She is a pillhead and a borderline personality cunt. She is like only use me Blades X. Dealing. She is bad news.
If you don't shut up, if you don't shut your mouth, okay? If you don't shut your mouth, it's gonna be bad. If you don't shut your mouth, it's gonna be bad. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
This isn't all of them, but I don't think there's any need to show you more. This kind of thing is just heartbreaking. That dog seems like such a sweetheart that does not deserve to have an owner like this. No dog does. This shit is just so foul. Like, and another thing he'll do is he'll hit the dog really hard. He'll hit Peaches hard as fuck, and then very lightly, like in that first clip where he was sleeping. In fact, most of the clips you can find of this guy are sleeping on stream. That's like the main thing he does, is just fucking hibernate and hope people will donate while he's asleep. But anyway, you saw him lean over and just clobber Peaches on the snout, and then lightly tap Peaches on the head. And then he even had the gall to make a gesture up here to try and invite Peaches to come sleep on his chest. It's crazy how often and how proudly he does this shit, and even more crazy that there's like 6 or 7 weirdos that'll watch and cheer him on, encouraging the behavior. And I imagine that's a big motivator for this guy. He'll just bring Peaches on stream, threaten to kill the dog, and hit the dog quite a bit, and get some cheers and applause from these absolute fucking vermin that are watching him. But like I said, most of his clips that you'll find are him sleeping. That seems to be like the bulk of what he does, is just go to sleep while filming it. But his most popular clip isn't from his snoozing streams. It's actually from him threatening to shoot some kids. Like inviting them out so he can shoot them.
Where are you from? What's the background? I'm from Toronto, kid. Pull up. Pull up. Your little ass gun that you never shot in your life. Show me the bullet.
No, man.
Exactly, you fucking fake ass gun, boy. Yeah, come pull up, boy. Come pull up.
Let's fucking do this, mate. Let's fucking do this. I'm gonna fucking bring my fucking tail.
Please come to Toronto, pussy boy. Come to Toronto. Okay, yeah, really come to Toronto now. Really come to Toronto, pussy boy. Don't remember, I'll see you around, kid, and I'm gonna fucking light you up in them hollows. I swear to God I will.
Show me.
I'm my mom's life, and I ain't a federal little boy. I'm streaming right now, pussy boy. Yeah, come to Toronto. Record this, bitch, boy. Record this, pussy boy. Oh, yeah. Record like a good little bitch. Record like a good little bitch.
Incredible stuff. Riveting, really. I don't know the whole lore here of everything that happened. That seems like some real degenerate shit across the board. But I will say, that insult of like, record like a good little bitch, that falls really flat when you yourself are also recording, brother, you're streaming it. That's two sides of the same coin. In fact, that's a step above recording it. Not exactly the optimal insult there. You kind of took some self-sustained damage on that one too. You hurt yourself in the confusion there as well, since that also included you. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this guy because I just can't fucking stand him. I think that this is completely unacceptable behavior to just be abusing your dog on stream. I think that shit super sucks. That's about it. See ya. Wow. The world looks so different today. The colors don't even seem the same. It feels like this morning I woke up in an alternate dimension. One separate from the dimension I inhabited yesterday. The new research that was published changed everything. We've been lied to our whole lives. And I know you've probably already seen it. I imagine some of you took the day off of work just to process it. They found the male G-spot. And I didn't even know it was lost, like the city of Atlantis. I thought we had already pinpointed that sucker down eons ago.
I remember for as long as I've had holes, I was told that the G-spot was buried deep in my ass. And that's where it stayed. But apparently, that was all a lie. That was a guess that wasn't ever fully confirmed, and now they've published new research saying definitively we have found the male G-spot, and it's not in that cavernous hole. You see the new male G-spot meta? I did. It's out of reach though. My loadout isn't equipped for the new meta for G-spot. It's apparently a place on your foreskin, not in your butthole. Male G-spot revealed, and if you guessed it's in the butt, you're wrong. Intensely pleasurable. Also, no one's guessing it's in the butt. That's what we were told for years. It was supposedly confirmed to be in the asshole. It's not like people just randomly made that up. But now new evidence, I guess, throws that theory in the trash. After years of searching, I like that. I guess the fountain of youth. After years of searching, scientists in Spain have finally found the male G-spot, discovering this so-called erogenous zone is far from where they suspected. They detailed their findings in a stimulating study published in the journal Andology. Where's the so-called on switch, defined by its capacity to induce intense orgasms upon stimulation, in an obscure region called the frenular delta, a triangular zone located on the underside of the penis where the head meets the shaft, an area so mysterious it has long been omitted from sexual health textbooks. Oh my god, they discovered a new area of my cock? I didn't know that. I thought it was just like a foreskin spot. Years of searching, it's not like they're going to the Amazon rainforest. Just touch your dick or ass, bro. That's very true. Yeah. It's not like it was some kind of crazy expeditious journey to find it. Like you can study the shit out of your wiener and butt. According to this study conducted by scientists at the University of Santiago de Compostela in Spain, this region is richly innervated by partially overlapping perineal related to the region connecting genitals and anus, and dorsal, aft-facing nerve branches with heightened concentrations of nerve bundles and pleasure receptors. In layman's person terms, the frenular delta makes for intensely pleasurable and highly specialized sensations, according to the paper. By finding this penile pleasure panel, scientists have closed the book on a region that has eluded scientists for years, like sexplorers finding a phallic northwest passage. For decades, scientists have seen the prostate as the trigger for male orgasms, but had neglected to identify it on the proverbial pleasure map until now. That's good news. We're finally here. We've arrived. The apex of society. It kept hiding from us. Sex 2 is finally upon us. That's right. That's right. You can kick and you can scream, but it'll come all the same. We have discovered the male G-spot. And it's right where I said it was from the very beginning. I've been saying for years that the dark side of the moon on the penis it's highly unexplored. No one ever checks underneath. Do we flick it or something? You do whatever you want with it. You slap it, you fucking fart on it. I don't know, man. But I think you need to have your foreskin for it. Can I sue the doctor that took my G-spot? I know. A question on everyone's mind now after this stunning revelation. The G-spot Krampus that stole all our foreskin, hogging the G-spots to himself. It's a game changer, not gonna lie, feels so good. Okay, I can only speak as a circumcised man, but I feel like there's no way uncircumcised dudes didn't know that, right? Like, I feel like just through trial and error and experimenting, you would have found that, oh, this spot feels cool. Wow, this feels so good over here, right? Like, there's no way someone who's uncircumcised read this and they're like, holy fuck, I never thought to touch under my wiener. I'm only ever on top doing this, like a DJ. Like, I feel like this isn't new information for, like, the majority of people. It's just now it's being officially labeled as the male G-spot.
That guy's the only hooded homie left alive. Yeah, we have to preserve him. Put him in a bubble. We must study him. Ask him questions. The only man with a hot dog and a bun still around. So does that mean the spot in your ass was just LARPing as the G-spot? I feel like it must have been like maybe a placebo thing or something. I don't know, I never tried getting up in there and seeing what that felt like. But I feel like just because of all of the propaganda, like all of the articles written about it, a lot of people probably convinced themselves that this is euphoria, this is the good stuff. Meanwhile, they're just fiddling around in their butt. It doesn't do anything. The other channel video, which one of the boys can find their G-spot first, doing everything behind a curtain so you can only see the shadows. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. I'll write it down. I'll put it in the notes. So you're saying I've been sticking my finger up my ass for nothing. I wouldn't say nothing. You're becoming more familiar with your body. Knowledge is power and all that. So, I mean, I wouldn't say it was moot. You probably got some experience out of it. Mapping it like you're splunking. Exactly. Exactly right. He gets it. I once stuck my finger in my anus to get the poop out, but it felt kind of good. What's your plan, man? How would you get the poop out by sticking a finger up there? All you're doing is just plugging it further up. What the hell? What? How is that? What kind of strategy is that? It's not like a lawnmower with like a ripcord or anything. Like all you're doing is just poking it. Fish hooking, I guess. Oh, I guess. Yeah, you could be fish hooking. Turning my asshole into an arcade claw game. Nurses do it for chronic constipation. Well, I don't think they just... Well, I don't know, maybe they do. I was gonna say, I don't think they just go like one finger up and just start jamming it up there or something like Naruto 10,000 Years of Pain. Like, I imagine there's probably a methodology to it. They just slap the cheeks around, probably. Can you imagine if that was the actual, like, medicinal strategy? I see you've got some impacted feces here. Alright, bend over. Just all, like, bongos on their ass. It's shockwave treatment. They do it for kidney stones. You don't need foreskin, it's above the foreskin. I don't know if this article covers it, but I was reading that in order to, like, actually optimize male G-spot, you need foreskin. Let's see. Maybe I've been lied to. Maybe they're still trying to keep it under wraps. Doesn't say here. Let me just Google it. Let's see. Male G-spot foreskin required or not? Let's see. It seems like it's too new. People still talking about the back door. Yeah, I don't see any information on whether or not it's required or not. From what I saw earlier, it is. Maybe it's not. Who's really to say? We're still on the cusp of this discovery. This is like electricity. This is big. We still don't quite understand all of the inner workings of it. We're working it out. For 2 months, many of you have been trying desperately to convince me that I would like something that I was pretty confident I wouldn't. And like a stubborn child refusing to even try a head of broccoli, I stuck to my guns, crossed my arms and said, "No, thank you. I do not like green eggs and ham." And for 2 months, I'd been adamant that I will not watch the movie that blew up this summer, K-pop Demon Hunters. I saw, I think it was 2 of the trailers, or maybe it was 1, and I saw it twice, I can't remember. But I saw the trailer, the animation looked great, but it is just not my kind of movie. It is a musical, and I've been very public about how much I do not like musicals. So it simply was not for me. But when this Netflix film exploded with popularity, I said, I'm happy that you're all happy. I'm glad. And for 2 months they said, "No, Charles, listen, you old Scrooge. This is fucking incredible stuff. You might not like musicals. You might not be the biggest K-pop fan, but this movie's gonna blow you away. Trust me." The amount of times I heard that. If I only had a nickel
And I was firmly planting my feet and lat spreading, saying, I'm not doing it. You won't get me to watch it. I already know I won't like it that much. What's the point? But then tonight, at 5 a.m., after another sleepless evening, no rest. Gotta tell you, sports fans, I wish the K-pop stars could start targeting insomnia. Fucking banish that to the Shadow Realm, please. If you finish with the demons, please go after insomnia. I'm really fucking tired of it. But I said, to hell with it. I'll take a peek, I'll take a gander, see what all the fuss is about. Nothing to lose. I either watch something and I'm moderately entertained, I watch it and I end up loving it, or I fall asleep. All of these are fine outcomes at 5 a.m. when I just can't sleep in the first place. So I just finished it. It is now 6:30 a.m. And I bet you're expecting me to have like this big like eureka come to Jesus moment. Like, no, you were all right. It actually was like my favorite animated movie ever. Sorry to say that's not the case. I feel exactly how I expected to feel after finishing this film. I didn't hate it or anything. I didn't like dislike the movie, but I didn't love it or anything. It was a fine time. It was a beautiful animated movie. Like, the animation was stunning. I love the style of the film, which I also knew I would going into it, because the trailers, they do a really good job of setting you up for exactly what you're going to get. But like I said, I just don't like musicals. And I don't dislike K-pop, but it's not my favorite musical genre. So it's a musical in a genre of music that I don't typically download and snap my fingers to. So it was never going to be like the grand slam home run in my eyes, but I totally understand why so many people have fallen head over heels in love with it. I definitely get it. If you like K-pop, this definitely has it out the wazoo, and the songs are catchy. Like, some of the tunes are definitely, little earworms that'll have you humming it a little bit, no doubt. My favorite song was actually the second to last one, the Your Idol one from the Saja Boys. That was a good song. I enjoyed that boner jam. And I'd confidently say that there's no bad songs in here. There was none of them where I was like plugging my ears, like begging for the agony to stop or anything. Overall, like, it was fine. It's exactly what I expected to happen for me. I watched it, I was entertained, but it wasn't something that I'll be singing or really thinking about like in a day or two from now. But, like I said, I really do get why so many people have been glued to it. I know it just went to theaters. Netflix, this was so big for Netflix, they decided to put it into theaters, and in its debut a few days ago, it brought in 18 million, I think it was, on its opening, which is actually a huge opening. Like, it beat Weapons, which I know Weapons is going into like its second or third week, but like, this is a pretty big movie across the board. And it also does something that I actually think is a pretty cool direction for movies to go. I've heard they've offered like sing-along performances, like theaters are doing sing-along showings where people go in with the full notion that there will be people in the audience singing along to the music in the movie. I would never want to be in one of those auditoriums. Like, they did that same shit with Minecraft with the Block Party edition where you're supposed to like yell memes at the screen or whatever. I would never want to be in one of these auditoriums, but I appreciate that they're doing it, because I think any effort to make things more social and get people to interact with other people of similar interest is a great step in the right direction, whereas all of society and all of big business is right now focused on trying to keep you indoors and isolated from other human beings, even going as far as to try and fill your romantic void with AI companions. So anything that kind of kicks that trend is getting 2 big thumbs up from me. So I really like that K-pop Demon Hunters is having these sing-alongs, which apparently are doing really well, with a bunch of people going around others with similar interest and being social and singing to a movie that they really like. I think that's great. I will never go, but I am happy that it's there, and I am glad so many people are going. I guess I'll give you a little pseudo review here. The story is, throughout time, there have been these chosen singers who use their voice to seal demons away to keep humanity safe from them. They use their voice as a means of keeping them at bay and the ultimate demon lord from consuming souls. And now in the modern era, it is a K-pop group that takes on this responsibility, and they're getting very close to the golden seal that will once and for all end this battle where the demons will no longer be able to access the human world at all. Whereas in the past, there's always been like little tears where they can kind of trickle in here and there, but now they're very close to stopping it entirely. So we follow their journey to accomplishing that. Spoiler alert, we're going to get into spoilers even for K-pop Demon Hunters, baby. The main singer, Rumi, she is actually part demon. And she wants to seal this so that way her demon patterns can go away. She's been hiding them her whole life, and her mother figure, who's not her actual mother, but someone who promised to take care of her, has been trying to keep that secret from the rest of the group and the rest of the world because she believes it is a problem that needs to be fixed. In pursuit of the golden sealing of the demons throw one last Hail Mary. They're about to face defeat, but then they call upon their own boy band, who then goes to the human world and directly challenges them on the charts. They can't beat them in a fight because the K-pop Demon Hunters are very adept at combat, and the fights I think are very cool. I think the fighting is very flashy and it's very stylistic, and I think it goes hard. There's not a lot of fighting or anything. This really is mainly about like the story, the characters, and the music. But when there is fighting, I think it looks really cool. Really, everything in the movie looks very cool. They did pull out all the stops here in the animation department, and I really appreciate that because I fucking love animation. Like, it really is visually great. It is breathtaking at points. But anyway, they have the boy band out there, and now they're competing directly on the charts, and the Demon Hunter group, the K-pop Demon Hunters, they're Huntrix, that's their name, they immediately recognize the Saja Boys as being demons, and they're immediately privy to their plan of stealing fans away so that way they can poke holes into the seal, so that way the demons can flood in and power up the Demon Lord. And then a romance blossoms where the lead demon of the Saja Boys and the lead of Huntrix, Rumi, they start to find common ground because she's part demon. And he's very troubled. He doesn't want to be like evil. He made a mistake in his past, and he has been paying for it for 4 centuries now. And he just wants the voices in his head to stop. That's the whole reason he's helping the demon guy. And they are at odds, but eventually it blossoms into a very understanding, mutual relationship between the two of them. And it's a decent story. Like, it's not anything new. It's nothing you haven't seen before. But it's executed well enough that I think a lot of people will find it to be very fresh. I do think, though, that there were things that they wanted to explore but ran out of budget for. For example, Rumi, we only get little tiddlywinks about her past. She is the only person of her kind that we know of in this world that is half demon, half human. And we only know the bare bones that her mother and a demon got together, and she was born and was viewed as a big mistake, but the mother asked for a promise from her most trusted companion to keep her daughter safe. But we don't know anything about the mother or the demon father or anything like that, and I thought for sure that would be something we'd learn a little bit about, but it never came. Unless there was a post-credit scene that I might have missed. I didn't go through the entire credits. Maybe it's possible, I'm not sure. But I'm just surprised that that wasn't explored. It also felt like Rumi was the only character that got real depth. The other 2 members of Huntrix, they kind of just played on the sidelines. Like they gave you bits and pieces, like they gave you the general character personalities and like a bit of the background, but never really too much. You never really got to know them very well past their desire to seal the demons away and their complete hatred of demons. I really thought this movie was going to go in a different direction towards the end too, because we know Jinu, that's the demon guy's name, the lead of the Saja Boys. We know about his past a lot, and it seems like he's not the only one of his kind that is just reluctantly serving the Demon King. Like, no one seems to want to do that. They just have the voice in their head that is compelling them to do so. And he explains to Rumi that all demons do is feel all of their shame and all of that anguish that they've experienced when they were humans. They just live it perpetually. Like, they are not happy with where they are and what the Demon King does
to them. So I thought that there would be like this turning point where there was like an understanding with Huntrix, like, oh, these demons, like, they were once people, and that's still somewhere in there. And a lot of them just want to live without that voice in their head reminding them of their biggest mistakes, that kind of thing. But that never comes. I thought that was where the plot was going, at least to a certain extent, but it's not. I guess it's just Genu. He is the only one in the entire demon world. Him and his pets. They also are an exception. But it's not a complaint or anything, by the way. Like, they don't have to go in that direction. It's totally fine they didn't. I'm just saying I was just kind of surprised because they kind of put the breadcrumbs there that I thought that was where they were going. Anyway, though, I don't have any, like, big complaints about the movie or anything. I really don't. Even though it's not my cup of tea, it's not my taste, it's not like there was anything in here that I think was wrong or bad. It's, again, just not my genre of movie. So it doesn't really appeal to me in a big way. But I didn't have a bad time watching it. I was entertained. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
AI everything. It's coming. Literally everything. Even in the most useless circumstances, AI is being ham-fisted into it. Soon, your silverware is going to be AI integrated, where it'll be telling you, you know, Charles, it seems like you're looking for an awfully big portion of this spaghetti here. Are you looking to put on pounds? Like shaming you or something if you're eating too much food. Like everything is getting AI. Millions of dollars going into the most useless implementations of AI imaginable because it's just this gold rush that has broken the brains of every tech company on the planet. Last night I learned about, of course, the Razer Goon Tube. Then there's the Sony AI patent that will play the games for you if you blow major ass at gaming. There's also the HyperX Brain Reader AI headset. Like, it's all just so fucking fundamental trash. Like, even from a conceptual standpoint, they are just terrible ideas that AI does nothing to actually improve anything with what they're pitching here. It just makes shit worse and makes everything more expensive for consumers. It sucks. So let's see a little bit more about it, huh?
You saw Razer's new AI waifu hologram. It's called Project Ava. Just like an Alexa, but your little AI assistant. Let's take a peek. Project Ava, Razer's AI gaming assistant, has physical form now. Whoopee! Wow. For gamers who want their backseat gamer to be a little cute. For those who need a refresher, Project Ava is Razer's real-time gaming co-pilot, an AI assistant that essentially acts as a backseat gamer for you. While you're playing, Ava, represented here by a character named Kira, offers live advice, tips, and commentary overlaid directly on your screen as the game unfolds. It's coaching, but with a personality and a face. There's a trailer for it. You can change the waifu into Faker. You can change the hold on, maybe I was too quick to judge. You can change the waifu into Faker.
Wakey, wakey, rise and shine. Morning, Joey. You were snoring again. Definitely wear your favorite green jacket. Look, now we're really vibing.
That's the saddest shit I've seen in my fucking life, man. My heart breaks for someone who purchases this and relies on this kind of interaction. It is designed to keep you inside forever and away from human beings.
I think you're onto something.
Whole day, soldier. We need more air support.
Yeah.
Whoa, clean shot. Nice one.
Oof. Maybe aim for the head next time? Break line of sight.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want my fucking AI assistant to be sassy and insulting me while I'm playing League of Legends and feeding in mid lane. That's what I'm looking for. Thank God.
Switch to burst fire mid-range.
GG, that was amazing. Ready to go again? This is Project Ava, your AI desk companion.
Oh! I hope Faker got paid millions for that. AI girlfriend gonna point out every missed CS. Have you tried killing the cannon minion? It'll give you an advantage in lane. PC's gonna cost 10k because of the AI goon jar. True. It is like a little fucking goon tube in here, huh? Very cool. They have a camera installed on it for some reason. How else are they gonna know if you're hitting those nasty headshots And if they can't see it, they can't offer incredible advice such as, have you tried switching to burst fire for mid-range? Or whatever the guy said. It needs the camera. What, you think it's going to be like spying on you or something? Why would it do that? It makes no... You sound crazy. You sound crazy. It's for the sake of helping you game, brother. It's your AI assistant. It wants to see you as much as you want to see it. Bringing her to Dave & Buster's so she can backseat me at the Crane Games. Oh my god. That's unlocking the full potential. Bring her to the casino to gamble. Well, she wouldn't be able to help you gamble. That'd be a worthless use. Have you seen the news of PlayStation AI patent could see games play themselves when players get stuck? Sony AI patent will see PlayStation games play themselves when players are stuck. AI-generated ghost player assistants would help out players who can't progress in a game. As described in patent documents, Ghost Player would see players call down an AI-generated ghost version of the player character, which could either play out the solution to a particular part of the level or complete it entirely. Originally filed in 2024, World Intellectual Property Organization published an international status report on the patent this week. For example, if a player were stuck on a puzzle in an Uncharted game, then they should just stop playing games forever. Holy shit, that would be beyond tragic. The guide mode would seemingly present an AI-controlled Nathan Drake demonstrating the solution before the player did it themselves. The complete mode would simply complete the section for the player. I just don't even... What would even be the fucking point in playing? I don't get it. Just, if you're that stuck, just look up a gameplay video of it on YouTube. Look up like a fucking walkthrough. Grow up. Oh my god, what a huge waste of time and resources to make a ghost player. Oh my god, this is our reality. Oh my god. Holy ads. I'm so tired of you guys not appreciating good ad placement. We still have unused space for more ads. So you're not even getting the worst of it here. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's only 8. And only one auto-playing ad. I can even see the article here. Like, well, pieces of it. Also in AI news, HyperX just revealed an AI gaming headset that can read your mind and make you play faster. HyperX reveals headset that uses AI to read your brain and make you faster. Great news in gaming here. Nothing but positives, huh? HyperX and Neurable revealed the collaboration that has given way to AI-powered sensor-fitted neurotechnological gaming headset. It uses non-invasive sensors to read brain waves and encourage gamers to boost their performance. The combination of HyperX peripheral technology and Neurable's cognitive monitoring solutions endeavors to give players insights into their real-time brain performance and reduce their reaction times. Whoa, that's so cool! It was claimed that testing participants resulted in an improved reaction time of around 43 milliseconds on average, a number that was made even more pronounced by testing the headset with pro esports players. A promising future of gaming, one where understanding your mind becomes as natural as understanding your mechanics by making brain-computer interfaces intuitive and invisible inside the tools players already use. We're proving that neuroscience can meaningfully elevate performance and transform the way people play. We've always been about empowering power players with the best technology to play, and now with our strategic collaboration with Neurable, we look forward to giving more insight into how one's cognitive skills and focus impacts their gameplay to ultimately make them as competitive as possible. Am I understanding this correctly? So it doesn't actually like do anything to like jolt your brain into being faster. It's giving you data on your reaction times and stuff. Is that what it is? It's giving you insight into how your cognitive skills and focus impact your gameplay. Which, to me, feels pretty fucking obvious. But I guess hard numbers maybe helps someone out there. I don't need to know that my reflexes are shit. See, that's what, like, I don't see how it helps you improve your reaction time by just giving you the data. I can also get my reaction time data by going to, like, humanbenchmark.com and testing it. I don't see how this improves reaction time by, on average, 43 milliseconds. But shit, who am I to doubt the power of AI? Imagine the superhuman you could be if you combined all of these. AI gaming headset for reaction time, AI goon tube for backseat gaming, and the AI patent to play the game for you. You would be the next Faker. It's like Lawnmower Man. It is very much like Lawnmower Man. Actually, that's a good point to bring up. How are gaming companies prepared to deal with fake AI players? They're not. They just literally are not. They can't even deal with human cheaters right now, let alone AI bots that play their games. There's nothing they will be able to do to stop it. And all online gaming will suffer when that becomes more commonplace. You think this is also geared towards accessibility and disabled players for Sony, that is? I could see that argument in some capacity, but it's not like... The accessibility it's offering is more so like, we'll just complete it for you. That's kind of the antithesis to accessibility. I actually think all of the accessibility that Microsoft has done is in a good direction. I know I poo-poo on Microsoft all the time, but I am actually always impressed with how seriously they take accessibility controls for disabled gamers. This is not really that. This is just giving you the solutions or doing it for you. It's not really an accessibility tool. Why do we need this when they already have Atreus telling me how to solve a puzzle? That's true, they already did accomplish this without AI. They didn't need patents for Atreus just vomiting out every solution. What's the difference between watching a video and watching AI do it for the solution, though? The difference of millions and millions and millions of dollars in resources poured into the AI doing it for you when you can just for free right now without any big detrimental effect on the industry, type in YouTube Uncharted walkthrough for whatever you're stuck on. That's the big difference. You hear NVIDIA is reproducing 3060 GPUs? I saw the headline, I forgot to look into that. I wonder if they're going to be the same price that they were back when it first released. My gut tells me probably not. Why do you think Valve cares so much about something being AI or not compared to other companies? For me, it's a pretty obvious answer to that. I don't even know if it's the right answer, but maybe it's just because of my faith in the company. Valve has shown for almost 2 decades now that it really does value a good product. It values the consumer, and that's why it has a de facto monopoly on PC gaming. People just choose Valve despite there being alternatives. No one goes to them because Valve is just the gold standard. It actually is just the most consumer-friendly platform in the space, period. So I feel like Valve understands that the consumer wants to be informed on if the product uses AI. So Valve gives you the tools to see that yourself and make your own decisions if that means something to you. Whereas other companies, they make all those decisions and don't give a fuck about like what the consumers or players actually want. It's all about how they can squeeze money out of them. That's what I think. It could be wrong though. But I feel like Valve has a very good track record when it comes to just like actually delivering a quality product. Because there is literally no reason why every company wouldn't just follow Valve's example when it comes to AI. Just tell the consumers if this is an AI game. If they don't like AI games, they won't play it. If they like AI games, they'll buy it and play it. There is nothing wrong with giving consumers more information. That is a good thing, no matter how you spin it. Keeping it a secret, that's shady, that's scummy. Remember, Valve started Battle Pass. Did they? I don't think they were the first. What they did start, though, is gaming gambling. The loot boxes. they started that one. They opened Pandora's box there. I don't know about the Battle Pass, though. The Dota 2 compendiums were the first Battle Passes. I think all of this started with Bethesda trying to sell us horse armor. It would have always ended up this way. Bethesda was just the first one to do it. There's no world where gaming evolving into the absolute juggernaut industry it is today wouldn't have been exploited in the exact same way, with or without horse armor. Yeah, that's how we got on this subject, was talking about Project Ava. That's how we went down this fucking rabbit hole. It is such... I hate it. It's so ass. I really do not even see who this in particular is for. I don't. Outside of Gooners. Like, I mean, like, the target demographic it's looking for is, like, gamers looking to improve their gaming and also have, like, a social companion. But I don't see it ever being utilized for that. It will absolutely just be like a replacement friend. Who the fuck is going to want AI to backseat game them forever? Offering snarky remarks like, have you tried hitting your headshots? Sounds like shit. You lack empathy. I don't know if that's a meme or not. I've said this a million times. My heart fucking breaks for the people that are growing up with this kind of thing being normalized and like their main socialization coming through a computer screen, not being able to connect to human beings. I have so much empathy for that. 1,000,000%. Which is why I advocate so strongly for disconnecting, bucking the trend of relying on AI to be your pathway into the world, or what you think is the world, and instead going out and actually trying to make meaningful connections with human beings and socialize with real people. You sound like the Unabomber. Was the Unabomber talking about AI GoonTubes too? I haven't read his manifesto in a while. I can't recall if that was one of his big pillars. Ironically, there's another AI waifu hologram made for lonely people. It's called Lepro Amy. It's designed specifically for emotional intimacy. Surely that will help all of the lonely people. That's the solution. To isolate further. Can't say I've heard of this one. Lepro Amy? Oh yeah, this was also announced at CES. And it is also another GoonTube. Well, I guess not fully a tube. You'd have to like pop that off, which it doesn't seem like would be very easy. Lepro Amy, a device the Chinese company openly markets not just as AI companion, but an AI soulmate. Oh, good idea. There was no live demo as the show floor was too loud, according to staff, which felt oddly fitting for a product meant to simulate emotional intimacy. Even silent, Amy drew a crowd. Very cool. What do you mean you remain unconvinced that people don't need an AI friend or soulmate? That's why we're born in this world, to find our AI soulmate. And then die in front of it, fucking 80 years completely alone, living off Doritos and pizza and broken dreams. That's the utopia. Wasn't there a movie about that? There's a few movies about that, but there's one people always reference, the Joaquin Phoenix one. Her, I think. A guy who married Miku was just living in 2025. Oh man, that guy was so ahead of his time. What was his name? I can't even remember now. The guy who married Miku a few years back? Yeah, this guy. He saw the vision. He knew where we were heading. And now he locked down Miku so no one else can have her. Didn't he get sad when Miku underwent maintenance? Yeah, that was actually... This whole story is really sad. Like, it is like legitimately sad. But you're referencing when they brought her down for like a patch or something, so his wife basically died for a little while. The whole thing is like legitimately actually sad though.
Well, it looks like the Lego scandal is finally reaching its conclusion in what has been an extraordinary case filled to the brim with corruption, confusion, more going on than Game of Thrones. It looks like it's in the end game now. Bricks and Minifigs is forever going to be a name that lives in infamy, I imagine, from this point forward. Reckless Ben was muzzled and unable to release Part 3 for a while, but he recently had the ball gag taken out of his mouth, so he has been able to drop Part 3. Buckle your seatbelts. It's a wild ride.
I'm about to go to court, and I don't even know what I did wrong.
Right now, I kind of don't even know what I'm being charged for because all of the body cam footage has been redacted, and they say it's to protect the victims. However, I think there are some redactions that maybe don't make sense and that weren't to protect the victims, and there's some things being said about me that are redacted I don't know about.
So Ben requested the court audio, so this is real court audio that he had an animator make visuals for. Ben is representing himself here. That is like the biggest blunder historically. That is usually ill-advised, not just from like legal experts, but basically anyone would tell you that representing yourself is a death sentence. You get bent over, they spank your cheeks red. A bold move from Ben here to Phoenix Wright for himself. He is now explaining that he doesn't know what he's being charged with because a lot of redactions are in place.
I do have some concern in this case with the defendant representing himself. The allegations here relate to the fact that the defendant, he's a person he's a YouTuber, who creates videos, publishes them online, and has been, if this defendant were to represent himself and we were to provide body cams and discovery, we would be now providing additional information and fodder for this defendant to create videos from which he could profit by placing them on YouTube at the expense of our victim. I have serious concerns for that.
Yeah, the state of Utah is claiming that if they tell me what I'm being accused of, then I'll use it for content on my YouTube channel. And they can't have that. They're arguing to the judge that the best thing to do is to not let me know what's being said about me, which is very strange, but that's their argument.
Now, you'll be shocked to hear this. I hope you're sitting down, because if not, it's going to knock you off your feet. And I don't know if I've ever actually said this out loud, so brace for impact. I am not a lawyer. I know, you can quit your screaming, creaming, crying, whining, farting, pooping. It's true. I am not a lawyer. So I truly don't understand this argument that had they told him or gave him the information for what he's being charged with or what's being said about him, it would be dangerous because he's representing himself, and as a YouTuber, that would be giving him fodder for YouTube content. That feels like a big fucking stretch. So because he has a YouTube channel and he's made content around this case, they now believe they can just withhold information related to his legal matter here because what if he makes content out of it? Like it's the fucking boogeyman or something. Like, oh, he's gonna Gangnam Style on our victims and trample all over them with YouTube videos that are mean. Thus, we can't give him any information about what he's being charged with or what's being said about him. I don't really understand it. I don't know if this is standard procedure, because if that's the case, couldn't you make that argument for anyone that has, like, any social media, which is basically everyone on the planet at this point? Yeah, we've decided that it's too dangerous to be giving information to this individual here because they have a TikTok account. They might say some nasty things on there, and we'd just be giving them fodder. I'm assuming it's because he's defending himself that they're able to try and make this argument. Had he had a lawyer, I imagine this shit wouldn't fly. But I'm just spitballing here. I don't really know. I don't really get this stance that they're trying to take about it.
The court's inclined to sign this pretrial protective order unless you have an objection to it, Mr. Schneider, and the objection to such an order.
Yes, I think there's a bunch of misunderstandings in this case, and so this person doesn't want to get exposed, so he's making up a lot of lies about me to order to like get me arrested before he gets exposed. So that's what this whole thing's about.
However, before I was allowed to show any of the overwhelming evidence I have to support my claims, the judge didn't care about the evidence and signed the protective order anyways.
Mr. Schneider, the court's going to sign this order and serve it upon you.
So the court has made it clear they do not want to look at the evidence and they want to protect Josh and Brandon for some reason.
I think it's more so the consequence of not having an actual lawyer to represent Ben here, if I'm being honest. I think had he had an actual legal representative instead of trying to just, fucking white knuckle it and do it himself, like grit his teeth and defend himself, this probably would have gone differently. I think had a lawyer been there, they probably wouldn't have been able to make that argument about, like, we have to ensure he doesn't get more content morsels, more content crumbs. Like, I think having a lawyer would have been extraordinarily helpful here in this case.
So this whole mess is happening in American Fork, Utah. But I'm also being charged with another case in Provo, Utah. This is where corporate Bricks and Minifigs is, which is why I'm also being charged here. And this police department has surprisingly actually followed the law when it comes to discovery, and they sent me all the raw body cam footage of what I'm being charged for.
Like $200,000 worth of Legos in your store?
Nope. Never happened.
But the CEO did not want to take the opportunity to do the right thing and instead instantly called the cops on us.
Hi there, I'm calling to report a crime.
They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this product from this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down. Or we're going to burn the place down. Or I'll kill you. It's Ben Snyder who's been the one engaged in this behavior.
You can see in the police report that the crime he wanted to get us charged for is called extortion, which basically means we're threatening him into paying us, which is very illegal. However, obviously he's just making all of this up. The reality is, I just thought it was a nice gesture to give him the opportunity to do the right thing first.
If you guys do have our Legos, we just kind of want them back, you know? And
Holy Toledo, man. Heavens to Betsy. Amon McNeff is such a slimy twerp. Just a fucking sniveling dweeb, bro. He is the epitome of dork. This guy is a wedgie magnet. So, this is something else that Ben is now having to contest with here. And you can hear immediately after that first interaction where Ben went to Amon, the head of all of this, to try and like say, hey, this is what's going on. This is what we believe is happening. Will you work with us, give the Legos back, that kind of thing? And Amon, instantly put up a stink like, nope, not happening. Scram, take a hike, Buster, get out of here. And then he goes inside, instantly calls the police and says that they're threatening to burn the place down or I'll kill you, and is trying to charge them with extortion. What? What? I mean, that's classic Amon McNeff fashion at this point. This guy is like dangerously delusional. He probably went out there and just heard, like when Ben was talking, just heard like Charlie Brown's parents, and then just made up this whole fanfic in his head. This guy must have come here to threaten to kill me. Yep, time to report him to the police. What a maniac. And great news, Bricks and Minifigs fans and employees and customers. This is who's running the business, by the way. This is who is at the top of the food chain, sitting on the throne at Bricks and Minifigs. A guy who, if you take a problem to him, might turn around and call the police and accuse you of threatening to kill him. And try and charge you with extortion if you have an issue and are trying to directly communicate with him to get it solved amicably. I mean, dropping the sarcasm, that should very clearly send a pretty concerning message to anyone that does business with Bricks and Minifigs, right? Like, it has to. So now, Ben talks about how his plan was to go to the police about Amon McNeff falsifying this report about him, because he has all of the footage, all of the raw footage to prove he never threatened to burn the business down or kill him or anything like that. So he made a case against Amon McNeff about this. He submitted all of his footage to prove his claim. Apparently he even had access to Amon's evidence, which was basically because it was just a bunch of barnacles. It was just straight up horseradish. So his plan was to open a case against Amon McNeff for this hogwash.
My name is Ben Schneider. A couple months ago, I made a case, and you were the officer that was helping me create it. I submitted a bunch of evidence through a link you sent me, and this was a couple months ago, and I haven't heard anything back. And so I'm just calling to see if I can get some type of update on how the case is going.
We're sorry, your call cannot be completed.
Yeah, literally no matter what I tried, I could not get a hold of this police officer. Eventually, I did find an answer. They sent it to me in the mail, and looks like I was right. The police only had time to take on one of our cases. And
So Ben was trying every option imaginable to get in touch with the officer that helped him set up the case in the first place and put it into the system. He even went to the department in person. There was another officer on the phone that reached Ben, telling him that the officer he's looking for isn't there, and she can't provide any updates about that case or anything, which meant Ben still had no answers or communication from the authorities on what's going on with the case, so he left with his dick in his hand and nothing to show for it, until the Amon McNeff toilet paper floated in through the mail there, apparently. And again, I think this is probably due to lack of lawyer. I imagine had a lawyer set this up, like went through this case with Ben and put it into the system with the authorities, they probably wouldn't be able to just fucking brush him off like that, because there is very real, very compelling, very substantial evidence from Ben's camp, like a damn fool. But he keeps doing it.
Like, and this is what CoffeeZilla was saying in his video. There have been mistakes on all sides for how this case has been handled. But it is a masterclass in deflection and bad decisions from Bricks and Minifigs that is just completely torched their entire brand and reputation because of this unwillingness to actually try and get things solved. Instead, they go for these aggressive legal routes that are just overly strong, heavy-handed, that instill just not actually working to try and get the core problem solved, which is a customer took a massive Lego collection to a Bricks and Minifigs because they trusted them to do it correctly. Things went tits up, and then when they tried to get things solved, get it fixed, Bricks and Minifigs wasn't open to it and wasn't actually able to work with them in any meaningful capacity and became combative, aggressive. There was also right away that what was his name? Key, whatever the fuck his name was, making like threats about how they'll like draw this out in court and you'll lose more than you would have ever gained, that kind of thing. So like, again, there were mistakes handled across the board, but Bricks and Minifigs, I believe, bears most of the blame because this could have been solved so long ago if they were just open to at least reading the fucking inventory that they had access to for the longest time and trying to figure out, okay, what's where. The previous franchisee, Crystal, what did she sell and forget to mark down and that kind of thing. Like, what? Actually dive into it and solve it. But they just refused. And instead, they went this nuclear option. And in doing so, they've been caught in so many lies themselves that make the entire company look bad. So it's just, it was so easily avoidable, I feel, given the scale of this company. A mega corporation here. They make multi-millions, raking in tons of clams. This was something they could have probably handled promptly. But instead, they chose this. It's so weird.
I'm now starting to think that the only reason Ammon wanted us to email him about the inventory list wasn't actually give us the inventory list, but actually, it was a trap. Yeah, Ammon only wanted me to email him so he can find out my email and subpoena Google and find out all of my private information. And you think I'm lying, but they actually did this. They subpoenaed Google asking for all private information tied to this email address. And Google sent them like hundreds of hours of all the raw footage from everything I've filmed to the Lego video so far, all my emails, all my search history, all of the metadata that shows everywhere I've been. But anyways, this was the reaction of the police officer after she watched my entire first episode.
I'm really curious to see like if this fool even makes any money doing this YouTube stuff. I'm like, if it's enough for him to travel.
I didn't even know you could do that. So the Provo Police Department here subpoenaed Google to get all of the information from that email address, like everything that had ever filtered through it through Google's systems. And now one of the officers has like watched some of the footage and is talking shit like it's a League of Legends lobby here. Like, does this fool even make any money, you think? Like, he's able to travel? So now she's just like gossiping here.
To another state just to go get some footage? It doesn't even sound like his like secret information doesn't even seem credible from my understanding.
No, so it sounds like you were able to watch the video.
I think by secret information, the police officer is referring to the security camera footage that proves that everything Bricks and Minifigs is saying is a lie.
It really does seem like they're best buddies here. It smells, kind of reeks of something fishy afoot. It's very peculiar.
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
Bricks and Minifigs is also getting me for RICO charges.
They're charging Reckless Ben for RICO. I think it is more likely that the police are guilty of RICO, right?
And if you look at the CEO's previous businesses, he actually got sued for RICO. He's the one guilty of RICO, not me. They're also accusing me of sending a sniper to shoot out the windows of the McNeff house.
If you guys want to come to, you can see the window and see where they were shooting from. It could be a sniper blade on the hill.
When the police got there, they realized it was actually a construction worker who accidentally shattered the window.
It seems more likely that it happened from construction work than it happened from some random people across the way.
Holy shit, Ben recruited a sniper to blast them? Oh no, hit the deck! Like, this is craziness, right? Like, this is actual craziness. And yes, McNeff does have a very shady history. It's something that I haven't even really touched on all that much. But yeah, his history is quite unsavory. And the fucking sniper thing is wild. Like, they just throw the kitchen sink at him. Like, these outrageous accusations here. Oh yeah, it might have been a sniper up on the hill that blew out this fucking window, by the way. And then they go and it's like, no, I don't think it was, actually.
But even after all this, they still go online and say it was me.
I want us to take a deeper look at this post here from Dan McNeff to really let this marinate for a second, because it's quite a wild one. Today's version of a lynch mob could very well be YouTube investigators. At 1.6 years ago, I was the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. My sons illegally removed me from that position and sued me for control of another company I founded. This is what I'm talking about, man. Ammon, like, they are shady people. Like, they are real, like, Ammon is a fucking worm, dude. So, like, even his dad has been on the receiving end of his diabolical rampage of filth. He then goes on to say, I have had nothing to do with Bricks and Minifigs since then. Regardless of this, in the last 10 days, I've been given multiple death threats, and 2 days ago, we saw people viewing our home from a hill behind our home with binoculars, and they shot out a big picture window that will cost thousands to replace. Which, as we've seen on body cam, the authorities did go out there and investigate, and they said, no, it was probably a construction worker that blew this bitch out here. I don't think it was fucking simple with an op over there sniping you from across the way. And yet he's still going out here and saying, like, they fucking blasted out our window, those scoundrels. And then goes on to say, like, how these locations are independently owned and operated and don't deserve to be hurt, which is something I've talked about. The Bricks and Minifigs locations, these franchisees out there, don't have anything to do with, like, what's happening in this case in particular. They are also probably just as upset as everyone else, because that is really hurting their business, because now no one is trusting Bricks and Minifigs, rightfully so, because the corporation, like the actual meat of it, the headquarters, have proven to be very unsavory and very untrustworthy, and that is hurting the normal people that operate some of these locations, and that fucking sucks. I feel terrible for them, because it's not like they're doing anything that is encouraging the Bricks and Minifigs corporate behavior. They just happen to be franchisee owners across the country that are getting hurt here. And I think most people recognize that those are unrelated. But there are, of course, some people that don't. And I've talked about that too, where some people are going into random Bricks and Minifigs and just fucking fighting everyone. Like, actually physically throwing hands and knuckle sandwiches. So yeah, there are some people that are a little lost in the sauce there. But on the whole, I think most people recognize that this is a corporate, like, Bricks and Minifigs thing, and specific to those franchisees thing. But anyway, the father going out there and, like, saying, you know, all of this, it is still a wild statement. And also even shows that Ammon McNeff, like, he has got a very not good past too.
So, just to let you know, we call it a double blind. The person who committed the crime may or may not be in the lineup or depicted. So I will give this to you. You'll have as much time as you need to choose someone or to not choose anyone. Whenever you're able to feel that you have ID'd somebody, I just ask that you circle it and then initial next to it.
And then, like that?
Perfect.
Okay. There you go. Okay.
Cool.
I feel like this was like the final step that I needed. This is legit. We've been able to verify who he is now.
Yep.
So the police put on this big performance to make it look like they're going to all this work to verify the facts. When in reality, they already know who I am. They already subpoenaed Google. They already watched my entire first Lego video. They already went through all my search history. To me, this just feels like a staged performance so they can show the world, hey, look, we verified everything, when if they would have just put an equal amount of effort into watching the raw footage I submitted to them, they would have found out that Ammon's just completely lying to them, but for some reason they didn't.
I think that's a totally fair and legitimate thing to point out. They went through the ringer for Ammon McNeff. They did everything they could to appease him while seemingly giving no time to Ben's evidence that he submitted. He got no... When I say Hollywood, what's the first thing you think of? These days, probably not films. I got a hunch that you probably immediately think of, like, evil or terrible, terrible people that have been implicated in a lot of really bad things.
Because it seems like Hollywood is kind of a cesspool of some real, pardon my French, jerks, that have done some awful shit. But what happens when a movie gets made without Hollywood's blessing? Well, sometimes it just doesn't go super well. It's pretty rare for a fully financed, independent, self-distributed production to actually have, like, a big box office performance. It's very rare. And in the case of Iron Lung, it is doing something very unusual. This is a fucking unicorn out there. Iron Lung, which is Markiplier's debut film here, his directorial debut, has already done over $20 million in the box office and has been the #1 movie through the weekend. And this is a fully self-financed, self-distributed film. And he is not the first YouTuber to make a successful movie. So, like, for example, Raka Raka. They've made 2 heaters. Absolute slappers. I tell you, Raka Raka, I think, are some of the best in the business right now. Bring Her Back, Talk to Me. I think they're some of the best in the horror business right now, and they are YouTubers. They, however, do work with A24, so they're a little bit different than Markiplier's case here. But still, they are independent filmmakers and extremely talented. Markiplier, though, I do believe has done something extremely unusual, though, by having actually no A24, none of that involved in this process. Which is why what it's doing right now, I think, is something very interesting that I want to yap about. And I know, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before now, when it was climbing up the box office and it reached #2, it had apparently mysteriously vanished. I know Markiplier did a stream where he was talking about it, about how, these fucking vampires out there in Hollywood must not be super pleased about Iron Lung's performance beating out some films, so they must have just taken it off, fucking snapped it away, banished it to the Shadow Realm so people can't see that. Now, of course, he didn't use those words. I'm, of course, adding a bit of colorful commentary into his actual sentiment there. But he was talking about how it is weird that Iron Lung isn't being reported when it was the second highest grossing film at the time. It has since been reinstated on the public charts, but that was a bit of a wacky hiccup, huh? Really makes you think. It's almost like these suits, these zombies at the top of the food chain, probably don't like that a YouTuber just came in there and ate their lunch. Iron Lung had a reported budget of about $3 million, and let's be honest, not really a marketing budget. Markiplier just talks about it sometimes. That's the marketing expense. It's pretty negligible in the grand scheme of things, I would imagine, compared to major blockbuster productions. So this movie is already doing extremely well for Mark and the team, a team that no doubt has poured countless hours and passion into this project. And regardless of how you feel about Iron Lung, it's still something that I think most people should look at and celebrate, that a film like this is doing so well. I made a review on Iron Lung. Overall, I liked it. I had a lot of nice things to say about it. It's not a flawless film, and I don't think it's a film everyone's going to like either. It does have flaws. But I am delighted to see that it's doing such big numbers here, kind of going a little bit Insano style in the box office, because I think this sets a nice precedent that you don't always need to suckle on the bosom of Hollywood or established studios or distributors or something like that in order to get a passion project made. Now, of course, Markiplier has oodles of cash to pull from in order to realize a vision like this. It's not going to work that way for everyone. I recognize that. But the fact that he did commit so much time, so much money, and put together such a talented team, all for the sake of seeing this vision through, and it being rewarded like this in the box office, I think is just a feel-good story. I think that is a very good thing, and it shows other potential filmmakers out there that there are other alternative paths to get your creative vision produced that aren't just following the traditional blueprint and walking down the same tried and true path that a lot of times just boils down to making deals with the devil, because I don't think anyone's going to be shocked to hear this. Hollywood's not really a great place overall. Shh, don't let anyone hear you say that, though. Like, everyone knows that. So a $3 million film like Iron Lung coming out and flexing on the big boys in the box office, I think is just a great thing. And I know it hasn't been without controversy. Like, I know the critic reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, they've been taking it to Pound Town here. They are no Iron Lung fans, that's for sure. Especially IGN. IGN was
right on top of Iron Lung there. I think they gave it, like a 4 or something. So they definitely weren't feeling it. And a lot of other people weren't either. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. It's not going to be for everyone. There is nothing that is for everyone. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think the message that this movie's success delivers is a very positive one in an otherwise really degenerate industry. Now, that being said, I would not be surprised to see these Hollywood parasites take notice of this and then try and recreate this lightning in a bottle for themselves, a little corporate greed where we might start seeing a few movies hitting the theaters that are just really lazy cash grabs that have big influencer names attached to them as the draw and the marketing arm for these projects, all for the sake of just trying to make cheap shit to turn a little bit of a profit off just using the influencer's name as their marketing tool. That, I do think, will probably start happening pretty soon. I really wouldn't be shocked to see that, because I think they'll learn the wrong lesson here from Markiplier and Iron Lung. But that's just a theory. That's just a little game theory there. Hopefully it's wrong. I don't really know. But overall, like I said, I think this is just something to be celebrated. Movies, boobies. What do these two things have in common besides just rhyming? I like them both. So I like to share this story of a pretty cool thing going on with movies. That's really about it. So yeah. There are certain subjects I make a lot of content covering. There are just a handful of topics that always wiggle their way underneath my skin and grease my cheeks, and I can't fight the urge to yap about them, like a dog chasing a mailman just going around barking at it. And one of them, one of the biggest, is people using Christianity as a means to exploit and abuse others. Corrupt pastors that are using the faith as a tool for their own self-gain and self-interest. I find it to be vile, evil, and unforgivable. So over the years, I've made tons of videos covering these instances. And just a couple days ago, I made that video going over Robert Morris. This demon was the former spiritual advisor to Donald Trump. He was also a Texas megachurch turbo pastor who recently pled guilty to molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times. And he only got 6 months in jail for this. He is now out of jail and will be serving the next 9.5 years on probation in his luxury property. Now, maybe you can call me short and ugly, but I gotta tell you, I'll be honest with you, sports fans, that doesn't sound like justice to me. That doesn't sound like punishment that fits the crime of molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times. I feel like that should have been life in prison. But he got 6 months. I already blabbered about that out the wazoo, and I'm not here to just do it again. I wanted to do something a little different, because Robert Morris was Trump's former spiritual advisor. I want to show you his current spiritual advisor, because I truly think this administration is normalizing the epidemic of fake Christians that are just using the faith as a tool for their own enrichment. I believe it is full-blown, fucking full frontal, dangling right in your face, obvious blasphemy. It's not subtle, it's unapologetic. I mean, Jiminy Christmas, Trump was hawking and is still actively hawking Trump Bibles. Expensive Bibles for like 60 clams with Trump's name on them and numerous variants of it. They range in price from $60 up to $1,000, and also a little fun tiddlywink of lore here, they're printed in China. So they're made for less than $3 per Bible, yet he jacks the price up to $60 for the lowest plebeian edition of his Bible. But it goes all the way up to $1,000 for the one that has Trump's signature on the inside cover. Like, I just don't know how that's defensible from any real Christians. That is just completely unacceptable. These frauds worship Trump more than God. It's like textbook idolatry with the way they talk about and discuss Trump. Like, Nicki Minaj is a great example. She's a wonderful case study for this. She spent a significant amount of time squatting on top of the orb of confusion and debasing herself publicly, slurping for this administration, and eventually got in their good graces and received a Donald Trump signed Holy Bible, calling it one of the most meaningful gifts she's ever received. Which is ridiculous, because Nicki Minaj has been very vocal about her faith in recent time. And I feel like anyone who is legitimately very proud of their faith as a Christian would receive a gift like that and be disgusted. There are some Bibles that get signed by like a pastor or someone who is genuinely in the faith and an active community member in Christianity in the local churches. That is something that I am very familiar with. That was something that I had seen when I was going to church, but they weren't sold. They were given to members of the congregation, and it was always just like, enjoy your Bible, or like, I hope I hope this resonates with you, and then signed by the pastor. This is Donald Trump planting his fucking name on top of the Holy Bible, literally going through the word Bible with his signature, making it seem as though he's the most important part of this gift, not the Bible itself, and yet Nicki Minaj is like, oh my god, it's amazing. Nicki Minaj, by the way, whose husband is a registered sex offender, and her older brother is in the slammer serving 25 to life for sexually assaulting an 11-year-old child. Now, I'm not here just to talk about the Trump Bible. Like I said, I want to focus on his current spiritual advisor, Paula White, because I think she is the perfect example of this phenomenon and is serving to normalize this practice.
Wherever I go, God rules. When I walk on White House grounds, God walks on White House grounds. I had every right and authority to declare the White House as holy ground because I was standing there, and where I stand is holy.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. And I won't do that.
This is a montage that kind of blew up a few months ago. A lot of people have seen this, and it shows some of Paula White Kane's more recent highlights about how she can declare the White House as holy ground because she walked there and God walks with her. And also, she proudly proclaims that saying no to Trump would be like saying no to God, and she's never going to do that. I had the longer section saved, but now that video's taken down, so I can't show you the whole context of that statement, but from what I recall, she was talking about how Trump has basically been chosen by God, so when Trump asked her, to come aboard, saying no to Trump in that position would have been like saying no to God, which she refuses to do. That is an outrageous thing to say. That is genuinely, by all possible definitions and interpretations, blasphemous. To say that kind of statement about saying no to a man is like saying no to God, you are putting that person on this pedestal that they are equal to God. That is like a big no-no in the faith. It's fucking unhinged. And yet, nobody calls her out on that in the administration. All of these supposed Christians have no problem with her saying things like that and acting this way. It's baffling. Well, it's actually not baffling when you stop to realize that none of them actually care about Christianity. They are using it. To them, it is nothing more than a tool to be utilized to get people latched onto their bosom. Because if they can convince people that what they're doing is righteous and chosen by God, then people would be afraid to go against it, thinking that they have to fall in line, otherwise they've deviated from the path of the Lord. That's their whole tactic. That is the playbook that they're using. It is sickening. And it's working for them. It's working extremely well for them. Like just yesterday, Paula White had this to say about President Trump and his experience and how similar it is to our Lord and Savior.
But the truth of it is you are here because of God and because of you. And I just wanted to share this thought and then pray over President Trump. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership. Great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan. On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you were victorious. And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this. Because of his victory, you will be victorious in all you put your hand to.
Comparing Trump's journey to that of Jesus Christ. Wow. Powerful stuff, Paula. You know, when you put it that way, and I really stopped to marinate and stew, giving it a lot of thought, I actually think that my life's journey is pretty similar to that of Master Chief's. Huh. Isn't that some shit? Now, I know I've mentioned this a couple times in the past when covering people like Paula. I am not as spiritual as I used to be. Growing up, I was very, very religious. As I said, I got baptized twice because I was concerned that God may have been AFK for the first one, and I wanted to make sure that, he had front row seats and popcorn ready for the second one, just in case. So I came in there with the round 2 for the Jumbotron. It was a huge part of my life. And even though I'm not as spiritual now as I was then, I still care deeply for it. And seeing that this is becoming so common now is just gross. It's so fucking abhorrent. Paula White Cain is a televangelist demon. Her whole career is built off of begging for money from her followers. And she still actively does that while being the spiritual advisor to Donald Trump. In fact, her 2026 Unleashed conference, she had this wonderful moment.
Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000 to come in. I want $100,000. There are 10 people that could give $10,000. There's 100 people that could give $1,000.
How selfless, how noble. She wants $100,000. Fork it over, cough it up, guys. Where's the $100,000? I know I said that she begs for money, but it's actually more accurate to say that she demands money. And she tries to present it as though if you don't give money to her, you are doing a disservice in the eyes of the Lord. This is a common tactic used by televangelists that have done this for many, many moons now, but very few of them have the same kind of power and influence that Paula White Cain does. One notable person that I'm sure a lot of you have heard of, and someone that I've made a couple videos on, is Kenneth Copeland. He's the guy who's very open about how important it is that he has his private jet. So keep giving him money. He's the pastor and the Lord needs him to have a private jet, so give him money. Paula White Cain is cut from that same cloth. She is still actively doing this and demanding money from people in her church, and it is just disgusting.
Get a check, make it payable to Paula White Ministry. There are people that are watching right now. If you say, I don't have it, give $100. Bring up a sacrificial seed. This isn't for me. This is about kids that will die without you being obedient. This is about kids who are going to be minstrels and instruments and warriors and mighty for God. This is about kids who are going to make a difference. I'm not going to take everybody's blessing. Come on. I'm going to tell you, get a seed of sacrifice. There's only 3 envelopes. I'm not moving. I'm not going to lay hands on people till you're obedient. Get out of your seat. Come on and come bring up a seed. Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000.
She says verbatim that there are kids that will die without you being obedient and giving her money. Oh no, the money is not about me. It's about these kids. We need the $100,000 now. If you can't afford that, the $1,000, then give $100. You gotta give something. If you don't give something, you're a bad person for it. You don't want to be a bad person, do you? Well, come give Paula White Cain some money. It is something that she has done her whole life.
And I believe that when you honor God on Passover, starting on April 12th at sundown through Good Friday on the 18th and concluding on Easter Sunday, you can receive these 7 supernatural blessings for you and your house. According to Exodus 23, God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity. He'll take sickness away from you. He will give you long life. He'll bring increase in inheritance, and he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can receive.
For your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit leads, you will also receive the beautiful 10-inch Waterford Crystal Cross. Don't miss your moment to release 7 supernatural blessings and provision into your life.
That's right, you heard it here first. God can take your sickness away, but only if you send $1,000 to Paula White Cain first. Paula will get God on the horn and ensure that you receive these 7 blessings, but it's going to require $1,000, which is chump change compared to what you'll receive for it. It's transactional, so donate $1,000 to Paula White and receive these 7 blessings to save your life and increase your life, and also get this specialty cross. I'm confident that the people that followed Paula and Trump, and when they talk about how he's like Jesus and saying no to Trump is like saying no to God, I'm very certain these individuals have never read the Bible at all. Probably have never opened the Bible, and they just bite on to their words and accept them as truth, and that Paula and Trump are infallible because they are chosen by God. But if you ever decide to actually read the Bible yourself, you're going to see a lot of what they are demonstrating is directly frowned upon in the Bible. Most notably, Matthew 21:12. This gets brought up a lot in regards to frauds like Paula. This is when Jesus enters the temple and drives out all those who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves. He declared to them, "It is written, my house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers." And depending on the versions, it changes a little bit, but the message is always the same. Jesus throws out those who use his temple as a means of profiting off of others instead of a house of worship. That is exactly what Paula and many others in this administration explicitly do, blatantly. It is corrupt, it is completely unacceptable, and unfortunately is being normalized, and it shouldn't be. So I really wanted to yap about Paula here, and yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, there are 39 verified Pikachu Illustrator cards. Look up the Giselle family. I tried, nothing came up. Because like when you look up Giselle, this is what I saw earlier. When you look up Giselle family Sweden, the first thing is Sweden charges man for selling wife to 120 men. And I was like, well, that's peculiar behavior, but it's definitely not her family. I couldn't find anything on the family. The dude on the website posing as a Swiss actor, though. Oh, this guy, who I assume is her husband, or maybe boyfriend, I'm not really sure. They're Swiss, not Swedish. I thought they were Swedish. Is it Swiss? Doubt this will help us figure out who this family is, but you are correct. Kevin Lutolf is a Swiss model, and that is absolutely him there. He is not a small model either. Wow, actually very popular. Her dad worth at least 500 mil, because ain't no way he's giving his daughter 25 like that if he isn't. Oh, I mean, I think it's very... Brother, that's just the collection alone. This room... Like, just look at this room. This room alone is probably in like a fucking $30 million mansion. Like the chandeliers, the glass, even just like the cupboardry, like all of it is very clearly an extraordinarily expensive mansion. There's a second floor up here that's just gaudy gold. This is a billionaire family. The question is, who though? In 1,000 years, anthropologists are going to think this Pokemon cards were like Sumerian tomes or something. True. That ain't no ordinary glass either. It's Italian Murano glass. How the fuck do you even know that? I'll take your word for it because you're speaking like an authority on the matter, but you can just immediately identify glass on sight? He made it. Yeah, dude out here glass maxing. Actually, I designed those for it. Also, it's sitting on top of pure obsidian. If you stack those up, you can go to the nether. The earliest mention of her Pokemon cards is on his Instagram, February 18th. It's got to be some kind of psyop. What was the mention? Was it like a hype-up thing? Or is it like a... So we just started collecting these Pokemon cards, me and my wife. Like, what is the mention? I mean, I feel like we could probably track it, right? By some of these purchases, these are very low pop cards. So, this is a relatively new video. I imagine as some of the, like, real OG collectors look at this, they'll be able to figure out who this is. So, like, this Pikachu Illustrator card, I have no doubt you can trace the transactional history of it. Or this PSA 8 Illustrator. These are incredibly low pop cards. People keep their eyes on these all the time. I'm just not deep into it like that, so I don't know where I'd be looking to find all of that info, but the real collectors know. So you could easily find out if this is some kind of like psyop and these are just like, I don't know, extremely wealthy zombies that are instantly trying to flip this to like a, you know, Saudi royal family member looking to expand their collection. Or if it is like she says, and it's been like this lifelong journey over 30 years collecting this. Entirely possible they hired him for that shoot. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's really true. Can you come pretend to be like my boyfriend or something for my Jolina Giselle Pokemon collection tour? I'm crafting a fine narrative. That's very true. I didn't think of that either. That'd be so fucking sad. Jolina apparently did an interview on a Pokemon forum where she said the collection doesn't belong to her, it belongs to her father, who wants to remain private. She also said her family's not rich, they've just been collecting cards for over 10 years. Wait, where's that forum? I've got to see that. That's the biggest fucking load of barnacles I've ever heard. Family's not rich, just been collecting for 10 years. Golden Mansion, by the way. Even 10 years ago, by the way, these cards are still hundreds of thousands of dollars. Pokemon blew up recently, but these are still extremely expensive cards 10 years ago. What forum is that from? I want to take a peek. Oh, this is new, too. Oh, is this in response? Oh, this must be in response to the video going up. No confirmation that this is actually her, but I guess still read it. Hi everyone, so sorry for the delay. We've been so overwhelmed with everything, but now I'm finally here to answer your questions. Guinness World Record, would you apply? Yes, technically we could apply. We've decided not to. It's a long process. We also don't want to take a title away from anyone. To be honest, we're also just not that interested in it. What matters to us is sharing the collection with the public, as many collections like this stay hidden for years. Guinness World Records are pretty meaningless anyway, to be fair. I could buy that. Where's the collection from? Is this about money? We're honestly just a normal family from Switzerland. Nope, not true. Very, very, very rich. I don't know why she's trying to pretend otherwise. This collection didn't come from being some super creepy rich family, but from a lot of time, dedication, and consistency over many years. Of course, it costs money, but most of the cards were bought a long time ago, long before they reached the values they have today. That being said, I know I'm very lucky. My parents have always raised me to stay grounded and humble. They both started with very little and worked really hard for everything they have. So for us, this was never about money at all. It was simply a shared passion for Pokemon, and we never expected it to become this valuable one day. So when I first asked my dad if we could collect all the Pokemon cards in the world, I had no idea what that actually meant. I wasn't aware that Pokemon cards could be so expensive. I was just a 10-year-old completely obsessed with Pokemon, and somehow that obsession ended up taking over my dad as well. Why Pokemon? Seems like she's telling the same story that she told in that interview about helping her make friends. About her favorite Pokemon. Okay, here's something interesting. We've had the collection for a bit more than 10 years. And although Pokemon is still huge and pretty emotional part of our lives, we feel like we would be ready to pass it on to someone else. Okay, hold on. That being said, we would only sell it as a whole. A collection like this took an incredible amount of time and effort to build, and we don't want to break it apart. But of course, my own personal cards are something I will always keep, and I'll share those very soon. Alright, now it's looking significantly more fishy. They've had this collection for only a bit more than 10 years. That kind of flies in the face of like collecting it for a long, long time. Again, these cards are still... You're spending millions of dollars to have this collection 10 years ago. Shit, even if you bought this collection 20 years ago, you're still spending millions of dollars on it. These are extremely, extremely rare low pop cards. There's just no way. And it's apparently 60,000 cards. So now it's seeming like they are looking to try and find a buyer for it. Which to me is probably the impetus for why they came forward with this collection video at all. All of those certs are old certs too. Not many new PSA cert cards are there. That's an interesting observation. Who owns the collection? Who's Jolina? Collection belongs to my family and was built by my dad over many years. I'm Jolina, his daughter, and I never claimed the collection was mine. I've seen some assumptions that I'm a model actor pretending to be a fake daughter, which is honestly so funny to me, but no, I'm simply his daughter. My dad prefers to stay out of the spotlight, so I ended up being the one to share the collection since it all started with me, and that's literally all there is to it. There's still a lot more questions. I'll do my best to check in here from time to time. I'm a normal student preparing for my final exams. Huh. I don't know what the Reddit stuff is that she's referring to here. You think the cards are fake or just the story? The cards are not fake. I truly don't believe the cards are fake because, again, you can check the certs yourself. It would be very difficult to fake that. Even if you were trying to do like slab switching, it would still be a hard sell. Because you'd have to... For this, it would be noticeable. So the cards are not fake. I do not believe these are fake at all. The story and everything kind of around it, that's where I believe there's a lot of red flags. I like how she claims she never... I like how she says she never claimed the collection was hers, yet it's officially called the Jolina Giselle collection. The people they follow on Instagram range from Logan Paul to Crypto Dudes. If you look at the playlist on the channel, they made an entire short film for this. All very sad. An entire short film. Oh, wow. What? Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. They got Fincher in here making a short film for the Jolina Giselle Pokemon collection. Wait, I'm all in.
On action.
Okay. Where's the actual short film? 'Cause this is just behind the scenes. Oh, here, let's see the trailer. Maybe that's the short film.
Strawberry.